Everything you're about to hear today is from a standpoint of world history. I am an autonomous indigenous American man, and my people are protected by the American Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And I understand that this particular video may get flagged and reported, and there's maybe some people from the YouTube review team that's going to check out this video. And I would like all of you to go on Google and research the American Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, most commonly referred to as the ADRIP. I'm going to share some of the wording that's in this declaration for the protection of my people, because what you're going to hear today is not hate speech. This is very important and imperative for my people to know and understand what's going on in the world around them today, as well as in the past and history. So I'm going to share some insight from this Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. Recalling also the Declaration on the Rights of the Indigenous People in the Americas, which reaffirms the progress in promoting and effectively protecting the rights of the indigenous peoples of the Americas is a priority for the Organization of American States. This is very, 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 very important. Reaffirming that indigenous people are original diverse societies with their own identities that form an integral part of the Americas. Concerned that indigenous people have suffered from historical injustices as a result of inter alia the colonization and disposition of their lands, territories, and resources, thus preventing them from exercising in particular their right to development in accordance with their own needs and interests. Recognizing the urgent need to respect and promote the inherent rights of indigenous peoples, which derive from the political, economic, and social structures and from their cultures, spiritual traditions, histories, and philosophies, especially their rights to their lands, territories, and resources. Recognizing further that respect for indigenous knowledge, cultures, and traditional practices contributes to sustainable and equitable development and proper management of the environment. I'm going to go down some more further so that this could be all put into perspective. This is not hate speech that you're going to hear in this video. Considering the importance of eliminating all forms of discrimination that may affect indigenous peoples, and taking into account the responsibility of states to combat them, encouraging states to respect and comply with and effectively implement all their obligations as they apply to indigenous peoples under international instruments, and in particular those related to human rights and constellation and cooperation with the peoples concerned. Now, I'm going to skip some more further down. And like I said, I highly suggest all of you go and research this. Indigenous peoples have the right to not be subjected to any form of genocide or attempts to exterminate them. Indigenous people have the right not to be a subject to racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and other related forms of intolerance. The state shall adopt the preventive and corrective measures necessary for the full and effective protection of this right. Now, let's go down a little bit further so that we can get into this video. Listen, indigenous peoples have the right to preserve, use, develop, revitalize, and transmit to future generations their own histories, languages, oral traditions, philosophies, systems of knowledge, writing, and literature, and to designate and maintain their own names for their communities, individuals, and places. The state shall adopt adequate and effective measures to protect the exercise of the right with a full and effective participation of indigenous peoples. Indigenous peoples and individuals, particularly indigenous children, have the right to all levels and forms of education without discrimination. That means without censorship, YouTube. We are protected by not only domestic laws, but also international laws. Now let's get into this video.
Hi everyone, welcome to the channel. This is Mickey. It's Wednesday, January 27th, 2021, and thank you for tuning in to the show. We have a special guest, an exclusive interview with the brother Composure415. He was on the show last time, and he's back by popular demand. What's up, Composure?
Hey, how you doing, man?
I'm glad you came back. I appreciate you doing this for me.
Oh, it's all good, man. It's all love.
For those of you who don't know, brother Composure is an OG. He's a legendary OG YouTuber. He's been here since the beginning of the inception of the platform, and he's you can check him out. I will have his link below for his YouTube channel. But brother Composure, we're not going to go too. There's so much we could talk about. I mean, we can go on and on, but I want to go straight into speaking about the issue with, because see, a lot of people have been questioning about Trump and why we support Trump. Why do you support President or former President Donald J. Trump?
All right. Well, first and foremost, I appreciate the compliments. I wouldn't consider myself an OG. I'm just I'm just a young old soul. But I definitely appreciate that, man. For real, that means a lot. We could talk about any and everything. It all depends on how much time you have. But I'm used to doing so many different shows because although I do have a YouTube channel, I have my own radio show as well, and that we've been doing that for like over 15 years, and I'm the new owner of it. So typically our shows on the low end, it'd be about 3 hours a show. That's the low end. But usually our radio shows would be like, or at least mine in particular, have been known to be 8 hours or more as far as the actual show and on variety of topics. Now, on the question at hand in regards to why I support Donald Trump is it's a lot of reasons why I support Trump, and it's always a thing of a situation where it's always getting how can I say, it's always getting redeveloped, and I'm finding more things that I like about this individual as time goes on. But something I would like people to know is that before Trump has been popular in the mainstream, or his name rather, I've been studying this man long before he's ever became the president of the United States. I admired this man in the art of business, and I've always appreciated his wisdom, his marketing. This man is phenomenal in the world of business, and some people may say otherwise, but I'm a person that likes to think for themselves, and I study heavily. I mean, I'm a type of person that since even before I was 18, I'm 33 now, but I'm the kind of person that used to go to like seminars, business seminars, and I used to be in the front of the room. And I'm talking about they have these business seminars like what's like Tony Robbins, and you got Robert Kiyosaki, excuse me. I would go to them places in events like that, and there for learn. And although at the time I didn't may have not the resources to buy any particular courses, but I was there to soak up knowledge and get as much wisdom as I possibly could. And I'll always be the youngest person in the room. And for years, I would do this. So when it came to business and marketing, Trump, as well as many others, was very inspiring for me. And despite what people may feel about how he is as a businessman, it's a situation where once upon a time Trump was really loved not to say that he's not loved now. I'll go into that because Trump is very loved, and people need to know that. There's actually more people that support Trump and love him worldwide than it is that hate him. However, you know, before he really got all that popular, um, you know, people would reference his name and music songs, hip hop, rap. You know, it was just a lot of things associated with him in a positive light. And then somehow, when it came to the world of politics, when he started actively pushing for the presidency, the dynamics of the support drastically changed. And it was kind of an interesting thing. And I was always caught by surprise of that. And then I would hear so much what they would call rhetoric in regards to negative stigmas attached to Trump, and I was like, man, what is all of this about? Because I'm coming from a standpoint of like, man, I actually study this man, and I you, man, I really study this dude. So especially when people say like he's racist and all of that, but like, man, hold up, like, where y'all getting this from? And not only did I study Trump, I studied his daughter Ivanka, and she is brilliantly intelligent. She's even more sharper than her father in the world of business. She's a hell of a marketer, and she doesn't really get all that much credit in the public like that. But if you do some research on her, this woman is, when it comes to the world of business and marketing, she's at the top of her league. And I always I don't know. I'm just a different kind of person, man. My flow is different, and when I'm trying to learn, I try to get the best sources possible, and so it's like everything has kind of been turned all the way around and upside down when it came to Trump. And Trump becoming president, it was more inspiring for me seeing him become president, knowing his rise and fall throughout his life. It was more inspiring to me than seeing the so-called melanated brother Obama becoming president. And I think a lot of us got caught up into the hype of the Obama era because they felt like they resonated with him being melanated, and I got caught up in that wave as well. A lot of people, I was just say for the masses who identify as black, a lot of people voted for Obama because they were like, man, it's a black man, and we know that the term black is not real. However, a lot of people did vote for him based on that. And I admit, on the first go around, I did. I voted for him. That was the very first time, and actually the only time I've ever voted in my life, just to see a melanated person getting into that position. However, when he gained that position, he didn't really do anything for us at all. Actually, he made it even worse. But that was the only time I actually voted, and I don't believe in voting. I'm very anti-government, and seeing Trump for me, it was more inspiring because I was like, man, here's a man in business like me, hated on in a lot of different ways, and lo and behold, he becomes the president of the United States. That was empowering for me. And I in the past I got a lot of slack for that, but I feel like, if I find empowerment in something, how dare a motherfucker try to tell me I'm wrong for that? You know what I'm saying? Like, if something that really empowers me, it makes me better and makes me push further and strive for more to reach higher achievements. Who are you to tell me that I can't, benefit or gain from that source based upon your own likes or dislikes for that person? And I'm not a follower. I've never been a follower in my life, and I really fucking hate followers. and I like to do my own thing, and I think for myself. Uh, and I've been doing a lot of study as of recent in regards to Trump, and then and with my research, I found out that really the main reason why Trump is being hated so much, and I don't know how many people may feel about this, but it is my belief from what my studies and research have been is that Trump is the only person. Now, hold on, let me qualify this because there's many people who's what I'm about to say qualifies as supporters in this movement or this now I wanted to say a movement, but in this push forward. But it is, in my opinion, due to my research, that Trump is the only person in the position that he has and with the authority that is willing to go up against the motherfucking Illuminati, and he's the only one that's actively pushing for that. Um, and I don't think people really see it as that, but I'm finding in my research that a lot of people who has took a strong political stance and trying to um, really defeat and diminish a lot of the evils in the world, you know, they all went against these same groups of people, and a lot of them, a lot of times, often suffered the same fate. And it's just like another. This is like another situation where history is constantly repeating itself, and it gets really deep. And there's I don't know how long of an interview you would wish to do, but there's a variety of audio clips for some material that I'm currently working on for my YouTube channel that I would like to play for you and whoever may come across this particular video that we're broadcasting right now.
Sure, you can share your screen. And do you know how to share your screen on StreamYard,
Uh,
or do you want to just play it in the background?
I would just rather play it in the background and make life a lot more easier.
Sure, play it. I
And
mean, it's
and
fair
then
use.
and then I got
But
I got a lot of variety of things on my screen, and a lot of things is just not for the general consumption of the public. So
okay,
I'm not trying to show off too many things that's active on my screen. And that's one thing I want to tell people too, especially in this time that we living in, because we have a lot of haters, we have a lot of evil people in the world, we have a lot of wickedness in the world, and when you start talking about uh, anything especially in this political realm of things, but I'm finding it to be it goes into a lot of different areas of life, and people want you to be people want you to reveal your sources of information. Where'd you getting it from? Who's your so-called plug? I mean, it's not even just like information, not even just resources from for as far as educational information, but it could be in the world of business. Maybe you have a product that you're trying to market, and maybe you could get a great deal on a certain particular item. And there's a lot of people who's like, man, like hook me up. Well, where'd you get this from? I really People really need to know, especially right now, do not give up any of your resources because you don't know who these fucking people are. And it's ironic that people want you to give up your resources, but they never want to give you theirs. And on top of that, the bigger threat behind that is that we're living in a time where um, it's like a it's like with it's like the dark ages. Like it's like a lot of digital book burning type of a thing. Whereas the powers that want to be felt as though they have eliminated a lot of what they would call evidence, and that's not true at all. However, they are actively looking for things that they may have forgot or um, haven't taken down yet. and you need to protect these your sources of information, no matter no matter what it's regarding. Keep that private, and it gets very deep because we've been a part of social engineering for entirely so long that we, a lot of us feel we have this thing in us to where we feel like we have to share everything with the world. But if you notice throughout social media, very few people really show a lot about, a lot with what's going on with them. I mean, to the extent they do, but the bigger scope is that we have lost privacy, and because we have lost so much of our privacy, it's like our precious moments don't really mean that much no more. I mean, and it's by way of technology as well, because for an example, and if you feel like I ever get too far off track, and I do have some severe memory problems, feel free to just bring me back, because sometimes some thoughts would just escape me. But however, we've been in a situation to where our precious moments don't really even it's not the same effect. Perfect example. Technology allow us to instantly connect with people. We could pick up the phone, we could quickly dial somebody, we could send a text message, we could send an instant message, you could send a video, you could receive, it go back and forth. However, um, this before this technology was given to the masses, um, people used to have to write letters, and during that time, however long that was, when you had to write a letter to somebody, it was more heartfelt. It was more meaning being put into your message, because you just didn't know how long it was going to take for them to get the letter, and how long it was going to take for you to receive a letter back. And as time went on, as technology allowed things to move a lot quicker, somehow we have lost touch with ourselves and reality and people, and we don't really have meaningful conversations anymore. I don't know if you've noticed that, but a lot of that has been getting lost.
I have noticed that. I've noticed that when um, this past weekend I had a conversation with your aunt,
Mhm.
and I was explaining to her that I received a letter from someone, and the letter had grammatical errors. They had a hard time communicating what they wanted to say to me,
Mhm.
and it was illegible. I couldn't really understand what they were saying, and I believe that's because we're in a quick go society where you take your fingers and you type shorthand on the phone or on the computer or in a Twitter message, and that's it. But like you said, when you write a letter, you have an introduction, a middle, and ending. You write the letter, you take your hand and you use those kinesthetic skills, those modalities. You
Mhm.
send the letter off, you put a stamp on it, it means something. You sit down, you think about it, you put your words, you take your imagination, you put it into words, you make it tangible. But I agree with you. We're in the age where we're not children, especially. They're not, because we're older. So we came up. When I came up, there were no text messages. There were no Twitter. There was no email when I came up. Actually, there was no computers. I got my first computer. I think uh, I was in element. I was moving into middle school. I'm older than you, so yeah. We're definitely moving in a direction where we're not able to express ourselves, and I even feel like we're not able to express ourselves because we're kind of out of touch with reality in a way, where we don't have time to do mental inventories and at the end of the day and say, well, what did I do? Why did I feel this way? Why did I act that way? We don't have time for or we don't know how to do a mental inventory to at least try to make sense of what we did during the day, how we responded, how we acted, how we felt.
False ideas have been planted in our mind about a lot of things. Time is always on our side. as not that we don't have the time, is the fact that we don't make the time and we don't see the value in that. At least a lot of us don't, and it's definitely unfortunate because it's not only that, is that people have uh, lost the understanding of context in regards to conversation. With the digital era, one thing about seeing digital words on a screen is that it's not audio based, so you cannot determine the tone of a conversation or what's being said when you're just reading it off of a screen. And I noticed that a lot over the years with like Facebook when I will say something and then somebody would immediately think I'm being negative or that I'm angry based on what I'm saying. But oftentimes when I be writing stuff, and it doesn't matter, as far as the context of the conversation or in the particulars. But a lot of times I'll just be writing stuff and I'll be laughing at the same time. I'm having fun. I think something is funny. But a lot of people are so out of touch is that they see it and they instantly go to the negative. And I'm like, hold on, you can't hear my voice as I'm, when I'm saying. It's not like we're actually talking like me and you. And so there's no sound, there's no vibration, there's just nothing. So it's just like it's weird. And technology is one thing, and it does definitely play a part. But really, the honest truth of it all, because we it's we have a responsibility on our parts that we have failed as well, that has caused uh, these issues that we speak of. But most importantly, uh, there was and is a deliberate dumbing down of society, especially in America, but we're actually just worldwide. It's global, but it's an intentional, deliberate plan of dumbing down society, and this is why we have these issues in our lives in a lot of different areas. And you know it's not something that's it's like mythicized or anything, or some kind of fantasy. We have many of people who has wrote books on it, who actively speak on this topic. um and it's the information is out there. I'm currently looking on my cell phone right now, and it's I want to your listeners to be able to research in their spare time. Let me see. I think her name is, don't quote me, I think her name is Charlotte Isaby. Maybe her name is that. Let me see, because I know I just had to go back and um, download. Okay, her name is Charlotte, spelled Charlotte. Her last name is going to be terribly mispronounced. I think it's Iserbyt. It's spelled Iserbyt. If you go research this lady, who is, she, for all intents and purposes, an old white lady. Uh, However, she speaks on the dumbing down of the educational system, and in today's terms, people will call or label her as a whistleblower. But she has various material on this topic, and you could at whoever's listening to this at their leisure could watch her videos if they still exist on YouTube, because as we know, we're under a massive censorship and removal of a lot of material on the internet, which is why I consider this like a digital dark ages era. But this is just, it's been a deliberate plan. So and so I'm trying to bring it back with why I support Trump. Trump represents a lot of positive things that we actually we need to have and hold on to and get back to, as well as you know rebuilding our lives. Um, and there's a lot of hate towards this man, and the same people who don't like him, honestly, truly, they don't have an alternative plan that's in the benefit for us at all, especially um, us being autonomous Americans. You know, nobody has a plan, and it's my belief that for everybody that has voted for Biden, when I show them the immediate effects of what Biden has done as soon as he got in office, I showed them that information, and it really blew their mind. And when I asked them why they voted for Biden, and it's my belief, from my findings, that nobody knows why they voted for Biden. Now, there was talk in the past in regards to if certain individuals may have actually voted for him or not. I'm speaking beyond and past that. I'm talking in regards to people who have actually voted for him wholeheartedly. I've told and warned many of people about Biden, and despite of the evidence, no one knows why they voted for him. Um, which I believe was complete mind control at this point, and that's what I'm calling it, because everything I spoke of has came to life. Everything negative that was attributed to Trump's presidency has been has been pretty much everything Biden is doing. And you know, for me, which is why I have to cut off a lot of people from my life, uh, because it's really a true insult to my intelligence. And me just being the man that I am, I really don't like being fucking disrespected. So I don't take none of that type of shit lightly, especially when my intellect is taken as a joke, and then when it just starts to affect our lives physically on levels, and then it's getting it's I'm really looking at people that voted for Biden as fucking terrorists, to be honest with you. And if we really get deep in this interview, I could really take it there. But and also the same people that in my research that has voted for Biden, and I suspect that it's pretty much a lot of people in the millions, or I don't even think people are even researching about any of the things that Biden is currently doing right now, because the people I've spoken to had no idea in regards to none of it. Didn't know about him releasing people from ISIS, and that's in Guantanamo Bay. They didn't know about him changing the immigration policy. They didn't know nothing about him cutting off, even though they claim it's 10 to 11,000 jobs, but really, in my research, it's actually over 100,000 jobs, if not more, that was affected by that pipeline being taken away. Uh, there's a lot of people who are completely unaware, and it is to it, I really feel like incompetent people who do not research, who do not read, who do not study, should not ever fucking ever be allowed to vote ever fucking again. Because now we are living in fucking hell. And see, here in the north and in the Bay Area of California, there has been extreme acts of violence every day, every night. Shootings, multiple shootings, and killings. There's been a person dying, getting killed, shot. A lot of them is so-called Hispanic, but it's a lot of melanated people getting killed as well. And it's a lot of stuff going on that Trump was trying to stop. There's multiple reasons why I support Trump. I support Trump mainly because at this point is he want motherfuckers to stay alive, and he don't want us to keep going through this hell. And I don't know if people noticed or caught this in his farewell speech. And I could pull up the clip right now, but he said in his speech or in his farewell speech, that pretty much he could have sold out, but he chose not to. He said him and his family could have had an easy life. And, here's the thing, right? People really have to raise their level of IQ and intelligence, as well as their spiritual knowledge of self, so that they can have a increased awareness of, or a higher level of discernment, because a lot of people really just don't have any kind of level of discernment. And with the stuff that's going on in the political field, you have to have a deep or a high level of discernment, because you have to decode a lot of things that's being said to you, or said or put out there. And a lot of it is like double speak, triple speak. You gotta read between the lines. And if your eyes are not, if you ain't really, your eyes is not really open like that, you're not gonna really get it. Trump said that him and his family could have had an easy life. You know what I'm saying? That's cold for it. They could have sold out. They could have just said "fuck you," joined the Illuminati. They probably would have did some business moves that would have been in the benefit of, a few people outside of, the powers that want to be. Uh, but he didn't do that. He didn't do that at all. He stood up and he did what was right. And also, not only that, he stuck to his word. Everything that he talked about way before he even thought about ever becoming the president, all the way up to his road to presidency, he has stuck by it and kept his word 100%. He did not deviate, from that. And it's people could uh people are just in this world of fucking misbelief and fucking fantasy. And I really have to question who these people are at this point, because nothing that I've ever heard. Because you gotta understand, man, I done had a lot of people in my life in the entire duration of his presidency say nothing but negative and hateful fucking shit about Mr. Trump. I mean, all kinds of shit. It was just like so fucking disrespectful. It's just like, when will you just let this motherfucker do his job? Like, god damn, okay, y'all got like, people just feel like they know everything, but what about letting this man do his job? They wouldn't even let they barely wanted him to do his job, and it's
Well,
just crazy.
that's one of the reasons why I wanted you to. I started out with the Trump thing because that seems to be the biggest question I get. Why are you supporting Trump? Why does Composure support Trump?
Is it
Why
is it
does all your guests, and these are people that I know personally, and it's also in my comments. But I wanted to bring that to the forefront so we can discuss it and end it. We don't need to keep justifying why we support this our former president. His policies are aligned with what we support. It's that simple. And with Trump, when he took office, he made a statement. I'll never forget. He said, "I'm rich. I don't have to do this. I can live an easy life." He said that before he went into office. He also said it as he was leaving. But see, Trump came in because he knew he had to do it. He had to come in because he knew that nobody else was going to speak up. Now, people are claiming that they don't know about the FEMA camps. They don't know about the Chinese over here, the Chinese military. They don't know about I don't want to say the word, but I'm going to say Pizzagate with the child molestation and the pedophilia. Trump came in, he tried to stop all that. And he spoke out about it. And look what happened.
Yeah, I mean, people would like to say that he was a rapist or he's a pedophile because he was seen at one point in time with Epstein. But people act like they was motherfucking best friends with these people. I'm really just tired of this shit. That's why I
Well,
think.
all those allegations, those women are about 70 years old. They're old, and they complaining, "Oh, he bumped into me on the plane. Oh, he touched my breast with his arm." You're walking next to someone, and he bumps into you. That's not molestation. That's not rape. And first of all, you're old. You're old. Number one. But they made up these stories because they had nothing on this man. They made these stories up because it had nothing on him,
Mm-hmm.
and it never stuck. It never stuck.
Yeah. Um, we have we are in a situation we have been thoroughly infiltrated by a lot of fucking things, and there are a part of the aspects of everybody lives, and it's a lot of wickedness in the world, a lot of demonic shit. And one reason why I said something about Epstein is that we don't even know if the shit about Epstein is even true or not. I mean, let's just speak the truth. Let's just speak truth here. There's a lot of spiritual abilities and capabilities that people could tap into, that people may know how to do. That is actually real. One of which is remote viewing. Now, I don't know how to remote view. Now, since these people act like they were best friends or just got off the phone or they had some close government link or whatever with these people, since they don't have any of that and they keep making these allegations, if these motherfuckers know how to remote view, that would be one thing. Like, okay, I was able to pick up on this, and this is what I found out. But most of these people are not spiritual. Matter of fact, a lot of these people are soulless. So, we don't know nothing but what they fucking have told or given us. So in regards to Epstein, from what I know about Epstein is that he just had fucking the dirt on everybody else. And from my research, it didn't say anything about it. My research didn't show that he was participating. My research just showed that he had dirt on pretty much fucking everybody. So I put this, it's 1 + 1 = 2 to me.
And now he's dead.
But so,
Now he's dead.
allegedly,
Allegedly dead.
allegedly.
Well, I'll tell you what. Irregardless, he's they shut him down. He can't speak out.
Right. But I say that to say, we don't know what the fuck went on. So all these fucking theories and all this old shit, I don't want to hear no fucking theories. I'm really just tired of niggas, period. You know what I'm saying? So, especially because at this point, it's it's a battle for your mind, and at this point, you really have to think for yourself. Um, like it or not, you're gonna have to make a choice and decision. And right now, you only have one of two choices. You wanna know what those two choices is, Mickey? Hello?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. And so you have
So,
at right now you only have two choices. People only have two choices in life right now that they have to make. Would you like to know what those two choices is?
sure. Let's start with number one.
Well, the only two choices that you have is that you either gonna choose life or you're gonna choose death. And by bringing in Biden, you people have chosen death. Not only for your own selfish reason, but what this man is doing is going to be the start of the fucking annihilation of our people, and that's just how I'm seeing it. It's mighty funny that all these Trump haters are quiet. Uh, Partly for me, it's because I done cut off every fucking body. But on top of that, it's not. It's just like we are severely under attack, man. And it's all out. We all see it. It's all in the media. It's everywhere. It's been exposed. It's all out. And I was recently banned from YouTube, which is something that they have been doing to my channel for a very long time. The reason, what was I banned for? Oh, I was banned because I put up a video in regards to Bill Gates, and they shut me down
I remember that.
for about a week.
Yeah, I
And
remember that.
and then I was recently banned on Facebook yesterday or earlier today, because I posted some stuff about Hitler, and they banned me for 30 days. This was today, and our it's and it's funny because this has never happened in all my times of being banned. Facebook actually uplifted my ban and allowed my post about Hitler to stay up, and they took me out from that ban, so now I could post on Facebook again. And there's one thing. Where is this at? Is this the video? Nope, that's not the video. I just recorded this video. Is it
So while
yesterday?
while Composure is pulling up the video, I just want to say to the listeners, there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes that unless you're a content creator, YouTube content creator, you don't really know. I've also been I've gotten a strike on my channel. I've been comments that people are leaving from me aren't showing up, showing on my comment section, and there's a few other things. I'm not going to go too much into it, but there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes with YouTube, and I don't know about Facebook. Never been on Facebook before, but certainly for YouTube, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna play the video because I recorded this from my phone.
Okay.
I don't really watch too much TV at all. I don't even have cable, to be honest, but there's been a lot of information as far as news sources, mainstream news, and they try to act like they support Trump. This is coming from Fox News, and if you don't know how to, I see, I'm a decoder. I know how to. I'm a true decoder. I decode movies, TV shows, commercials. I decode everything. So, and I just had recently had somebody ask me on left a comment on my YouTube channel, and they were saying they wanted me to I forgot what the subject was on. They might be listening. I don't know. I don't. I didn't really promote this like that because I don't really have. I'm locked out of a lot of different accounts. So, but anyway, they asked me to kind of break down. I ain't gonna say kind of. They wanted me to really break down some particular topic that's going on right now in the world, and he wanted me to break it down all the way so that he was easily able to digest it. And I told the motherfucker, okay, I will. Yeah, pay me. And he caught an attitude. You know what I'm saying? But like he was disrespected. But if individuals, right, if they don't have a high level of discernment and they cannot decode something as I can or as some other people, and they want me to take out my time to do that, I need to be paid. I need to be paid, period. It's too much people out here that want you to do things for free, but they don't want to never give you no money. Now, our people got plenty of money, not just our melanated folks, but just people in general. It's probably somebody right now listening to this with $15,000 in their pocket. You know what I'm saying? Because I know, because I got a few in my pocket. But it's not about what I got, what I don't got. It's the fact that the disrespectfulness of it all. Because these people, if you really look at people, and you will find out that they won't really do nothing for you. You see that? And they always want you to do everything for them. And we have to really protect ourselves right now. Our sources of information, our thoughts, you know what I'm saying? Because it gets so deep, man.
Yeah, your intellectual property.
There you go. And there's just some things I'm just not willing to do or entertain anymore. I'm very protective of my energy at this time. And I can't deal with a lot of people anymore that is not on my frequency, because all that is going to do is going to destroy me, and I cannot do that. It's affecting my sanity. in my livelihood. So, and I know it's happening with other people, which is why I've been saying for the longest of times that people have to separate at this time. I'm always reading, and studying and watching educational videos. I'm a heavy, deep researcher, and I'm very analytical. I'm a heavy thinker. So when people insult my intelligence, I really take that as high levels of disrespect, man, because uh, people should know me by now. As for those that do know me or know of me, and I cannot tolerate that. So I think people really need to be more protective of the people they're around, the conversations. It's just there's a lot of people that want to use us to build themselves up. And you're like vampires. And in fact, they are. They got psychic vampires. There's all different ways that come about of him that doing stuff. It's just destruction. It's just demonic. And now my current research and studies more things as making more sense as to why these things are happening. And I really have found a link to that. And I know the exact root and causes of it. And a lot of people are afraid to speak on it, but I have nothing to fear. There's a lot that could be lost. However, we are in a war, you know what I'm saying? And you have to take a stance. So, if a person was to die, die with some dignity, die with, standing up for what you believe in and speaking the truth. You all have to do this right now. It's too many motherfuckers bitching out. And I'm saying, if nobody's take a stance and stand up to the things that's trying to take over our lives at this time, we won't have a future. We won't have generations to move forward, to spread our thoughts and our likeness and to develop more. We won't have that. And just as I was saying, or all of us have been saying in regards to why so many people wanted and needed Trump and supported him for what he stood for and what we stood for in our own individual lives. We need that. And everything that we was talking about that we did not want to have happen is now happening because of now Trump is not there how he should be. And we don't have people who is ready to stand up and take his place to be able to push forward for us. And since nobody has an alternative, a proper alternative for us, a proper solution, and not just something that's in their own interest for whatever twisted interest that may be for, you know what I'm saying? It's just like for me, I cannot really fuck with these people like that, because it gets really deep and it's horrific as far as what we're actually up against. And if you want, I could go further into that, but I must warn you, some people take me lightly, but I'm really like, all right, let me just tell you this. As much as you have seen as far as the hate for Trump, I've received that same amount of hate like Trump from various people, especially in the streets, because my life has been primarily built surrounding streets. So I'm like the street aspect of Trump in a lot of ways. And so because of that, I'm one of the most hated niggas in the world, but I'm also one of the most loved. However, it's just what it is. But I've made some breakthrough discoveries as of recent, and there's nothing that's going to ever change my thoughts on what I have recently found out. And I've had these particular thoughts for a while that I know was true, but since my study and my journey in spiritual life, everybody's spiritual journey is different. My my field of study varies, from one thing to the next, or maybe focusing on one particular thing for a while. It's it's just very dynamics to me. I'm not one dimensional. I've never been. So um yeah, it's just kind of like one of those things, man. But I kind of lost focus there. I'm tell you, man. Years ago, I was brutalized by the I won't say the particular city, but for my own reasons. But I was brutalized by the police and held in illegally held captive and experimented on, and they drugged me severely for weeks upon weeks to the point where I didn't even know I was in jail for over 2.5 weeks. That's how much they drugged me. And only thing I didn't know where I was at. All I know is that I just kept waking up somewhere with bruises on my body with some weird clothes. And I'm gonna tell you what it felt like for me. Literally, it felt like I was in a never-ending dream, and I couldn't get out of the fucking dream. It was the most terrible, frightening experience I've ever been through in my life. And not only were they drugging me, they were also poisoning me, and they was giving me things that I've later researched and found out that affects my brain development as well as my memory. And I've been actively trying to do things to resolve that. So forgive me as far as my memory, and that's something that I take personal because for years I've been telling people, even my own family, like I have these memory problems, and it hurts and saddens me when people don't take that serious, because I'm the one that has to deal with this shit. I'm the one that was left in jail with these fucking people. Nobody wanted to get me out, despite what the police was telling people in regards to me not knowing my whereabouts. I didn't come to realization of where I was at. And 2.5 weeks later, I was being drugged every day, every night. They was putting stuff in the vents, all kind of twisted shit. Plus, not to mention the torture I have seen them do inside the prison system, and all on top of which, never received justice from out of that situation. Nobody believed me when I told them that the police drugged me on the scene in public. It took all the way up into the court battle where the captain of the police department testified on stand and admitted to him witnessing them administering some kind of drug to I mean, when they injected me in my back. My mother didn't believe that until that day of court, and which was very saddening, you know. And when they asked, when a lawyer or attorney asked them, is that typical or normal for somebody when they're being harassed by the police? Is it normal or customary to drug an individual? And he said no. So he couldn't give a valid reason because he don't even know why they did it. I guess allegedly, I don't know, but he just admitted that they don't normally do that. But in my case, I was the lucky winner.
Okay.
It's not funny. I have a twisted sense of humor. But
So
at the
you
same,
don't. What do you think? Do you think that this is a normal, or at least happens to other people?
what are you talking about?
What you experienced? And
Well, we uh we are targeted. It was told to me years ago that if you are a person who has never had a jail record, that they will give you one by force, and that's what happened because I
and
have
that's
never.
and that's what happened to me.
Right.
Um,
And that's what they do.
and that happens to a lot of, and I'm not making it a race issue, but it happens to a lot of melanin-rich men who don't have records, don't do drugs, don't drink alcohol, um, just young men just being. And it has happened to me, and it's happened to um, quite a few men. Now, in terms of the drugging and your experience, I think that is isolated. That was your experience. It should not have happened. It When I heard it, it took me aback. I have to be honest with you. But it's what it appears to me. What you went through is kind of like what our ancestors went through. Um, there's a book called Medical Apartheid by Harriet Anderson. I'll put the name in the chat. But she wrote a book called Medical Apartheid, and she discusses what you experienced in the hands of law enforcement.
Yeah, I was targeted for a lot of reasons. I mean, I'm a person that's been spied on by the government for the longest of time, and there's multiple reasons as to why they target us because of certain types of people they're looking for. Um, you know, and it definitely doesn't help and didn't help that I had some people make me a target that brought police to my dwelling at the time of this when I was residing in this particular town or city. And ever since then, there's been a world of problems when I was out there. However, more so than that, I used to be, like involved in the entertainment industry, and in its town, they don't really have much of a nightlife, but they do have music venues, or at least one, or they have a couple, but they have one, which is their main biggest one. They have rock concerts. They have um, you know they have hip hop rap concerts. They have R&B concerts. They have um, they have rave type parties, house music, and during my time living there, which I was living there for over 5 years, with me being the person I am involved in the entertainment industry, I was networking with a lot of the celebrities that would come in town, and pretty much all of them that at least was of high interest to me, of with people with notoriety. I was always given access, VIP access, backstage with a lot of people who are multi-platinum selling artists, and I even brought a few artists there myself because I used to do some networking with different artists, and I'll help book concerts. So being in this all-white town and having a celebrity influence and knowing how to communicate with people, and pretty much being like one of the main persons that was able to do it like that. Although I wasn't really making money, I didn't really make no money from out of that. But I'm always networking with a variety of people, and I just know how to network. So I was, I mean, I'm a boss, so I do all kind of stuff. So people didn't like that. A lot of jealousy, a lot of hate, and that kind of that made me more of a target in one way or another. um it's just it's just a lot of stuff. It's just unfortunate. And I could it was $1 million lawsuit, but I stopped pursuing that because it was just becoming more of a problem, trying to make that happen, on top of the fact that Nobody wanted to take my case, and I found out a lot about the unjustice system um, during that from that experience. Rather, everything is a lie. They don't really care about you, and if you don't have no money, they really don't care about you. So you really your justice is based upon the amount of money that you have and the resources that you have as far as who you may know, because all of those people uh, are all connected with one another, and it gets deep, and it's not cool how they got this system, and which is go gives which is more reason why I don't that's more reason why I don't support this government at all on any level. Um, so you know, it's just one of those things. Um, now, yeah. What can I say about that?
What's
Okay, so I want to say this too because I don't want some people may feel like I may have a conflicting message if I'm anti-government, but I support Trump. But I'll say this, I support Trump a whole hell of a lot, but it's also just to an extent because I don't trust nobody. I'm not a very trusting individual. I'm very private. I don't really deal with too many people. I like to stick to myself. However, I need people to understand and realize that see, I don't think people should be blindly trusting anybody. And at this point, it's to my belief that even though Trump is a hell of a motherfucker, he's doing a lot of stuff. People, especially our melanated people, we are still on a slippery slope. And even with Trump, we can't go into it blindly, despite all the great stuff he's doing. We have to, how can I say, you have to be careful. It's like they have rock climbers and shit. There's like these people like in movies. They'll like if there's an icy or snowy mountain, they have like these pickaxes and they'll what I'm saying, they'll drive into the side of the mountain and climb up and still rigorously get to the top. I'm kind of if you could follow that analogy, when I say you gotta be careful with Trump, is that the position Trump is in right now, he is literally the most powerful man in the world right now. And because of that, no matter who it is, Trump or anybody else, we have to be very, very, very careful at this time, even with Trump. It's my belief. And some people may discount that, some maybe not like that. But ultimately, us being autonomous Americans, we know that we supposed to have full control and govern over our own selves. We cannot be too trusting of anybody, even Trump. But I'm not saying that to say not to support Trump. I'm just saying be careful and be watchful. And at the same time, we need to be raising ourselves up to reclaim our true power. Because ultimately, it ain't like these motherfuckers is like, here's all your shit back. Here, take it. He just, get back in control. There's talks about they're not going to do that. We have to reclaim ourselves, and all of that is true. But ultimately, these motherfuckers ain't just handing over seats of power. So we still have to be thinking in terms of ourselves. And again, I am not a follower. I do not join groups or organizations or clubs at all. However, if I find somebody that's fully in alignment in support of what I believe in, I'm going to support them. But I always have a watchful eye on any and everybody, because at the drop of a dime, things can go bad. And with him being the most powerful man in the world, we still have to be careful. And I just need people to have that in their mind, as far as, because we are in a situation of history is repeating itself, and we don't, and one slip up can cause everything to go even more extremely bad for us. And it's not to say that it will, it's just to say, be careful. Be careful.
So, Composure, I want to ask you a question about that. I feel the same way you do, and I think that we should always have reservations with anyone, especially when people are in power where they can make decisions and policies that can affect all of us. But my question for you is, do you have any information or any insight on cloning? Um, when there's someone who's so powerful like Trump, and the fact that he has this large following, I feel that Trump is going to always be a target, and it will be very convenient to replace him, because they know how influential he is. So
If
my
Trump,
question for you
okay,
is: Do how do you feel about uh, the replacement of people?
if Trump was to be taken out, it doesn't even matter, because the importance of Trump was that he exposed everything. So at this point, him being taken out or being a target for the rest of his life, which he's going to be, or he's going to remain a target indefinitely, that's unimportant. The important thing is that he helped open our eyes. And as far as information of cloning, I don't have too much information other than the fact that it does exist. There's different types of cloning that goes on. Um, they can remove a person's consciousness, and I don't know what the fuck they replace it with. I know. I will say there's a lot of women in my past that I feel like I feel like how can I say? I feel like they were cloned, man, because certain there's a lot of little instances that happen, and this be wild, it's weird, to where after particular incidents happen, they never was the same person ever again, and it's almost as like they are somebody totally else. And this kind of happened to, like, I don't want to say every female that I was involved with, but a lot of them. These people, there's too many people trusting in this government blindly, and just people in general, especially these so-called hospitals. A lot of hospitals are cloning centers. I don't have information of how they go about it, but it is a thing that that does exist. Trump is going to be,
Cloning,
huh?
even if it's not cloning, but hospitals, in my opinion, I believe that it's a very dangerous place where you can go in and have things implanted in you. I mean, what better place to be to get things implanted in you?
Well,
But I'm sorry to cut you off. You can go back to Trump. This Trump you was
you could be a planet a lot of different ways. They have nanoparticles, and you know, you could get that from breathing the air. But especially if somebody's injecting something in you, you could be affected that way. Um, the word hospital in itself, if you break down the word hospital, I don't have that information in front of me at this second. But when you do the etymology of the word hospital and you break down, if you really know how to understand words from this concocted English language, you'll find that it's not what people would consider good. It's everything but that. Um, the reason why excuse me, the reason why Trump is a target is because he dared to go against the Illuminati, and that's why he's a target. Here's the thing, man. I could go deep into it, but I must warn you, your channel might get shut down if I go deep, and if you're willing to take that chance with risk, I have to warn you because I have some information, and I've broke the code and I found the link and I made a breakthrough, and and it's heavy in development, and it's not, my complete analysis is not final, but I have found some things, and they're not gonna like any of it. However, I'll be out of my YouTube lockout tomorrow, and I've got some material, and I have a variety of material I'm going to release and different things. But it's definitely up to you, and we could it's all about how you want to or how you want to do this interview and how much of it you want to get into.
Composure. I told you that when you come on this channel, nothing's off limits. And
Right, and I understand that, but I have to. I do better off. Ask me a question, and I tell you no lies.
I got you. I got you. So, I don't know if you want to discuss this, but there was a video shown earlier this this week with Biden during his inauguration. Um,
Are you
he,
talking about the disappearing girls?
I'm talking about the disappearing girls, but I'm also talking about the
Oh, the alien thing coming out of his hand.
like little antennas. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, I don't really know what the fuck that was, man. That shit was just looking crazy. To be honest, I don't know what to make of that. That's I don't know what to make of it. That's just you know, that's exhibit A, like how they say in the courtroom. We're dealing with some other shit. So gonna put it to the side. It's a body of evidence.
Okay.
J-
So
Just
how about the disappearing people? Because it was more than one person disappearing in that video.
it was multiple people. um these people these people, man.
Let's just say these life forms are anti-life forms because we
It's
don't
not.
really know.
It's not even that, but I'm laughing for something else, man. Because I'm laughing at something else, man. They have they have really made us into some stupid ass motherfuckers, man. They are so they have been doing so much of this shit for so long to bring down the minds of the people. They don't even care how sloppy they do they shit anymore. Like, okay, the inauguration was fake as fuck, right? So it was a very poorly bad editing job on their behalf with so much in your face glitches and bad clip editing. And I'm a video editor professionally. So I'm looking at it like, wow, it was a horrible job of editing, and they don't even care how bad of they have, because they have brought down the minds of people so low to where they could just do abrupt things in front of people, and people will not even question it at all. They would just go with the flow. They they don't even care. These are some bold people, man.
For the
I don't.
listeners, I want to let the listeners know that we're speaking about during the inauguration with President Joe Biden. As he was giving his speech and he was on the podium, there were people behind him that will be present, but when the camera shot was turned in a different direction, they disappeared.
Mhm.
And it was multiple people, and it was very strange. So we're not sure if it was staged or if it was um, editing, bad editing. We're not sure what happened, but we know that people disappeared. My theory is that it was staged because no one showed up for Biden's inauguration. He really doesn't have the support that many of you think he has. A lot of people actually voted for um, the other.
Everybody for Trump, and I could speak. I could speak for the side of how they're going to say their defense was going to be. Their defense of that, what it's going to be, is that they were broadcasting live, and that there was an error in the sync of the communication with the video live feed, and it 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 glitched or hiccuped, and it didn't pick up um, the parts where the people in question that disappeared. It didn't pick up their movement when they, even though it that would have to be there would have to be some fast ass people to move so fast during the inauguration in that split moment. I mean, they what's that X-Men character that could move fast? I don't know. Whatever that character's name, unless they like that, there are some very fast people. I mean, to walk off the stage in unity, and that's going to be there. That's what they're going to blame it on. I could already see that happening, or hear that, But these people, they don't even care anymore. It's just like they had this when they talk about the closure of the pipeline industry. One of his cabinet members came when one of his cabinet members was questioned. Um, he had this stupid ass look on his face. It's like, oh, we're sure that we're confident. He said something along the lines like, we're confident that those employees will find another. You will have another job. It may not be the same one, but they may get another job. But the way he said it was just like so arrogantly and disrespectful, and he was had a smirk and laugh on his face, like he didn't even give a fuck. Then they don't care anymore. They could do any and everything, and they know they'll get away with it because they're doing it right now and they're getting away with it, and nobody's bringing it into question. There's a lot of people bringing it into question, but as far as the masses of the people, I mean, throughout time, I mean, the masses of the people ain't never did nothing but die. But at this point in time, right now, they feel so overly confident that they could pull anything over our eyes and tell us whatever, and people will go for it. Uh, and that's what we're dealing with. But it gets much more deeper than that, as far as what it is we are actually dealing with and why.
Okay. And what is it that we're dealing with?
I'm glad you asked. See, um, it's a very dynamic thing, man.
I hope the listeners are ready. Hope you're ready for this.
Yeah, because you don't even know what I'm about to say.
I kind of have an idea, but go ahead. I'll listen.
You think? Well, Let's see. I'm gonna have to attack this from a different variety of different perspectives first. I'm more spiritual than anything else. One thing about evil and wickedness, especially right now, they have to at this spiritual time or where we at on earth, they have to they can never have they can't have, how can I say, it's like no more ulterior motives. They have to come out and say what the fuck they are about. They have to expose it. They have to they have to reveal themselves at this time. Nothing can remain hidden no more at all. And and so as a result, this is where they fuck up at, is that they'll tell us they'll tell us certain things that is indirectly something that you need to find and look more into, because there you'll find answers to the truth. They have said, many of people have said a lot of negative and goddamn so much disrespectful shit about Trump. And see, this is the this is the this is the part many people that I personally have known and other people have come across. This is where they have indirectly fucked up at with me personally, is they have underestimated or just took or didn't take me serious, because I have to admit I tend to fuck with people too, my damn self, for my own kicks and giggles. But I just know how to deal with people, and I'm just a whole different kind of a person, man. So I know how to I know how to play certain roles and deal with people a certain kind of way, to where some people have a deliberate idea of me based on how I've interacted with them, how I dealt with them. I tell certain people things, and I tell other people certain things, and you would never know if who and where you stand with that in regards to me. No one will ever know. Am I? No one will ever know. So certain people may have different things, and that's fine. Ideas about me, but people don't realize how much I really study, and it fucks with me on so many different levels, because this is the reason why the conversations are not of anything of good value anymore, is because people do not study, they do not think, and that's why a lot of intelligent conversations do not exist, because it's like, man, I would love to have a situation where, especially now I'm much older, I would love to have a situation where, we could come together and have a book study, and we discuss books and what we have read, and we separate our own personal feelings and emotions tied to whatever, and just have a open and
And
honest
build.
discussion
Yeah, and build.
and build. There you go. I would love to have a situation where we could watch and decode movies and break things down amongst each other. We don't have that, and it's something I've been yearning, kind of like needing. We all need that. However, we don't have that, and a lot of people just don't know how much I study. So I tend to allow people to just talk. One thing about good communication, in order to have good communication, you must first have to be a good listener. I'm a person who have struggled with a lot of different areas of life, personal type of things, confidence, just a lot of different things. We all have our ups, our own issues, different things, our strengths, our weaknesses. But I work harder on myself than I do. Uh, I work harder on myself than anything else. and I buy more books than I buy clothes. And so, honestly, truly, many people can attest to that. Matter of fact, I just got a new book. Hold on.
Now, do you prefer, I know the answer to this, but do you prefer hardcover, or do you like Kindle? What's your preference, and tell us why?
I had taken down the headphones while I was grabbing these book, but I heard the last part and I pick up on where I felt like you just said. I just recently bought this book. This is Hippocrates, Volume One. Um, I guess he's supposed to be so called. He's supposed to be kind of like Tahuti. I guess maybe he is. I don't know. They have all these. They twist a lot of shit around. Yeah, I don't know if you are you familiar with him? Hello.
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay. You was muting your mic.
Yeah, I'm muted. Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I just got this book. This is my latest book. I haven't even started reading that, but I've came across his name, and so I'm gonna start getting into him. And they talk about, in the medical field, in America or wherever, they talk about the Hippocratic Oath. And I was like, I wonder if that comes from this person, but that's not why or how I got introduced to this individual. I found out about him, bro, from some other stuff in my research. So, yeah, so like I said, I buy more books than I buy clothes. That's why I mentioned the book. Now, you asked me what kind of books do I buy? I'm a professional book hunter. Um, it's a hell of a. It's not a hobby. I'm on a quest for knowledge, and so um, it's a hell of a thing, man. I like to get hard car covers, um, because hardcover books have more information in it. It tends to, let's just say, the paperback versions of book is it doesn't read the same. It doesn't have a lot of the same information. A lot of times, often it's some stuff just be it's just be missing. Maybe pictures that may be missing, paragraphs, certain things get switched around. Same with PDFs or Kindles, which is like the absolute worst. But if in the crunch, if that's all you could get at the time, it may suffice until you could get a hold of the original doctrine or whatever book material. Um, but because I have thousands, I mean, I probably have like 10, 20, maybe 50,000 ebooks. I don't know. I don't really count. I have tons of stuff. Stuff is hard to find. But like I said, I'm a professional book hunter. I try to go for the first edition. When I research a book, I'll try to find out what year it was originally written. I'm trying to find out who's the publisher, the original publisher, and I try to get the closest. I try to get the book closest to the original publication date. And oftentimes you'll find books that'll say first edition, second edition, so on and so forth. But every edition, it could be the same author, but when he put out a new edition, it have a lot of the same context, but certain things, could be changed. And not to say that it's good or bad, or not to say that it's more bad than good. I mean, it could have been, the particular author's opinion may have improved or changed, and he want to augment. But I want to get the first original thought, because once it gets into the different editions, things start. It's not the same shit, and so and what I would do is I would get all of the editions. So I get this one, then I'll compare it, and I'll read a book, and I'll read it over, and I'll keep reading. I'll study, and it's just like it's a cycle. Like I can't. It's hard to. It's just a cycle. So that's what I'll do, and I hunt for books, because some of the best books, especially when it comes to our knowledge, they strategically put them in a price range that they know the average person cannot afford. I mean, I got books in various different wish list type of places, or just maybe in some notes or something, somewhere I could, remind myself, oh, I need to get this book. A lot of these books are like in a few hundreds of dollars to the upper couple thousands of dollars for a book. I'm like, wow, these certain information they just don't want you to have, and they'll put a high price on it deliberately, you know. Um, and so you have to find these books. Sometimes you could get lucky and find them in the strangest of places for a very great deal. Sometimes you could be in an environment where ain't too many people around and you go home with it. So yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do, but so yeah, you gotta get your hands on information as much as possible, and the more you study, depending on what you're trying to. Then it's like then they'll put stuff in different languages, and so since our information is so fragmented, um, I find myself in a position like, damn, like now I gotta learn different languages, and then also with books is one thing about a lot of books, man, is the translation. The translation be wrong, it be fucked up. It's like I'm not a religious person by any stretch of imagination, but um, I have been to church. I have a friend, a close friend who's a pastor. He has his own church in Oakland, and I actually like going to his sermons because I respect him. He come from the streets and he gives a great perspective, and he doesn't. I just like to hear him speak. It has nothing to do about religion or Christianity. I just like to hear the man speak for my own personal reason. He's a good brother. However, I'm not religious, but I go to support. However, I do know that it's not one of the greatest places to be in a church because you enter them dwellings. It's kind of designed to zap your energy and all of that, but I'm more of a highly evolved person now, so I don't have to worry about human shit like that. I go and I support what I support for my own reasons, and I find goodness in it. However, with the Bible, the Christian Bible, the issue, this a lot of see, it's a lot of see, all of our information is everywhere, so it's just you cannot be prejudiced when it comes to knowledge and what the sources of information because you're gonna be missing some pieces to the puzzle. So the issue is translation. Not all Bibles, Christian Bibles, are translated the same. When I had that jail experience, I got a Bible. I had a different variety of books, but I actually for the first time read the entire uh, Bible within that short duration of time that I was incarcerated. However, I was able to find a lot of things about who we are in the Bible, and I've been able to break it down um, so much to that a lot of people, just they love to hear me explain certain things because of this particular Bible I have and the translation that it's in. It's so explicitly detailed, and it's just different. So the issue is translation. Especially like a lot of books of a lot of these the so-called comedic stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because all this stuff in this hieroglyphics. Who's to say that they got the actual translations? Now, to an extent, I feel like some people sold us out. And then for those that don't know that we are the true ancient Egyptians, there's various books of study for that. You go look for God Wills the Negro that came out in 1938, 39. When it came out, the U.S. government banned the book, burned them all allegedly. a couple survive, or one survived. It's remaining at the Chicago University of Chicago. There's a PDF that floats around that shows that, which is a scanned version of the book. Um, there's a reprinted edition online that you could purchase. The paperback, I've never purchased it, so I can't say for certain how it reads. However, um, I haven't fully read the book yet, but I read enough, and it got to a point where it says explicitly that um, um, the ancient Egyptians and the niggas in America are the same people. So that was enough for me right then. You know, on top of you know, it was just more supporting evidence in my field, if my quest of knowledge. But it's just who's to say that when they got these hieroglyphic translations and stuff that they actually got the right translations? You can't say for certain. You know what I'm saying? So because of that, you have to kind of take this stuff as with a grain of salt, and you kind of got to do that with everything. It's important. Like I said, you don't want to go anything. You don't never want to go into any kind of thing too trusting and too blindly. You know what I'm saying? But take the knowledge where you could get it. And keep moving, and it may uh, prove itself useful down the line as time goes on. I hope that answers your question in regards to that. Are you still there?
You hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
I can see when you press mute on the thing. So
Okay. So I just want to reiterate, there is a literature, a piece of literature that if people want to see some of those ancient maps, there's a book called When Rocks Cry Out by Horace Butler. And in his research, he's shown that Egypt was actually here in America.
yes,
And I'm going to put the book in the chat so that you can research that yourself.
yeah, we live in a Kemet. I mean, it's just history is nothing but a lie agreed upon. So go back into you asked me the question of where exactly are we dealing with. So I said all of this for a reason. So you have to follow me. My train of thought be all over the place, but I'll bring it back, and it all makes sense. Again, you have to have a high level of discernment, something that you have to chew on. So people who have underestimated. I wish I had some candy right now. I don't got no more candy.
That's why I'm on mute because I'm.
Man, I got this store by me. They sell these. I don't know. I ain't seen these candies in over 20 years. My mom had went to the store and she brought me back. You remember these? You know what lemon heads are, right?
Oh, let me have you. Mhm.
Okay, but there's that another one. What is it? Johnny Apple seeds. They
Oh,
green.
and yeah. Mhm.
Oh my God. She brought some over like a week or so ago. 25 cents. This little box. I was tearing them up. Man, they ain't got no more. I went there the other day. I mean, actually, was it today? I think I went there today. It was sold out. I was so mad, but I had to get some lemon heads. And then they had like these soft chew type lemon heads in different flavors. I don't like the soft chew, but I could taste the flavor in my mouth just thinking about it. That's why I was like, damn, I wish I had some of that right now. That'd be so
Yeah.
good right now.
Grape,
Anyway,
they have grape head.
oh yeah, all that,
All that.
yeah. Yeah, I wish I had some candy right now. I don't. Well, anyway, so I was saying people have underestimated me, my knowledge, and I tend to let just people think because you know it's an old saying, and it may not how can I say? Well, there's an old saying that say It's better to be thought a fool than to open your mouth and to remain to remove all doubt. You heard of that?
Yes. Hmm.
So I tend to let people think. I mean, so excuse me. I tend to let people talk just so I can, know, let me hear this person express themselves. And so with this, the evil shit that's going on in the world, bringing it on back, they have to, they have to reveal themselves, especially if you demand it. And so, hold on one second. So it's these people are so stupid, and so they uh they say and do things that actually be of use for us, especially me. So a lot of people talk to me about they say a lot of the negative stuff about Trump. Oh, he's a racist. He's a Nazi. He want to be just like Hitler, and all this sort of shit. Now, unknowingly, much as I study history, life, spirituality, politics, business, personal self development, Trump, as much as I study all that, as well as the occult, I'm heavy into the occult, spirituality. I've studied everything, all world religions. I've studied what they call Wicca. I've studied different things as far as Luciferianism, Satanism. I've read everything. It's nothing that I leave unscathed. It doesn't mean I follow anything or that I'm a practitioner of everything. But you know, I study everything. So, and I've dealt with a little bit of everything when it comes to various things that I've learned, no matter what field. And so, I say that to say that I've also studied Hitler. So I never had so much bad thoughts about Hitler because I've studied him, and there was more to go into that study in due time. But I'm a busy person. But I kept hearing so much shit. This Trump, this Hitler, that he want to be a dictator. So as of late, I started studying more of Hitler. Now, prior to what I'm about to get into, I'm still looking for this particular video, and I think I found it. However, no, I didn't find it because it was subtitled. Now, it's not to say that you could go into any situation with subtitles and trusting all of that, but hey, you have to use your own mind to you have to use your own mind and determine what you feel and believe. You have to find what's true to you. Something like Delbert Blair used to say, rest his soul. And Delbert Blair used to say is basically there's no such thing as truth unless you get, or something about you have to find out what truth is what's true for you. I can't, don't quote me, but he used some words and and surrounding that. You have to determine what truth is and what's true for you personally.
Yeah, I actually have an experience with that where um, I was on the phone with Dr. Blair, and he said to me that everything that he's saying to me is an illusion. It's an illusion for me, not for him. It's his experience, but for me, it's an illusion because I'm hearing it from him.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have that experience myself. He told me I need to go out there and experience my experiences.
Man, that's a great pleasure you've had to have spoken with that man. And I don't know if he's really alive or dead or not. I don't know. I've heard very different things. However, I would have loved to have a conversation with that brother. And very intelligent. I studied a lot. Um, of his material in my quest for knowledge as well, which is very interesting. How, like, especially from out of the co-conscious, supposed conscious era movement, you could barely find any of his material any longer on online, and which is a deliberate plan in itself. However, there was this video about Hitler that I've been trying to find for like the past for like the past within the past year. I cannot find it, and it's been bothering me so much that I can't find this fucking video. So I'm a very deep researcher. So I found a link. Everybody kept talking about Hitler this, Hitler that, and I found out some shit. You know, you really want me to go into this? I mean, I'm serious, man. Your channel might really get shut down, dude.
Let's go for it. But I kind of think I know what I think I know what you're talking about. But I'm gonna let you go ahead and share because
It is to my findings and my belief is that everything that we have been told about Hitler is a lie, and everything else, no matter what it is, has whatever they have given us has been a complete lie. I have found in my research that it's been a deliberate plan to demonize Hitler. Hitler was actually about peace. He actually never wanted to go into war at all. And he even up to the point when they was bombing his country, killing people for 3 months back to back. Did you know this man did not even attack back? He was still, and he was surrendering. He was trying to surrender. They did not give a damn. They forced this man into war. He never wanted to go into that. However, he found out that I would just say this, man. Hitler was going against the motherfucking Illuminati and the same and all world leaders like Gaddafi and many others. Everybody who has opposed the Illuminati has suffered the same fate. And I've heard so much shit about Trump being Hitler and this and that. And coincidence, and Jay don't even fucking know how much of a fucking compliment that is. Because this motherfucker, everybody was all Trump, the same people that Trump is going up against, that the same problems that we are facing right now in life, this hell that we are living in, everything that's not right about life, the injustice, the destruction of the so-called black family, the feminization of our males, the raping and killing of our children. These are the same type of shit that Hitler was fighting against and suffered from, that Trump is going after to stop as well. The same as Gaddafi, and the same as John F. Kennedy, and the same as many politicians, mayors, presidents, prime ministers have been assassinated and killed. The same like with the same with Malcolm X, and it goes deep. They killed Malcolm. They killed his wife and blamed it on his grandson, his great grandson, and then they killed his great grandson in Mexico some years back. They have done a lot of shit, and they talk about this fake Holocaust, but they never want to talk about, I may mispronounce the name, Holodomor, Holomodor, where Jews killed over on the light side, 30 million Russians. But I have recently found out, and right now, that that number is actually over 1 billion people worldwide that they have killed horrifically. And this is what we're up against.
Yeah, I came across the Holodomor in a museum in New York City, and they starved those people to death.
Not only did they do that, see, that's nothing, that's light. They attribute all the horrific shit on Hitler and on Trump as if fucking Hitler was Lenin and Trotsky. And those are just two light names that are Jewish. I'm finding out, my God, we are in serious fucking trouble. I don't know, and here's the connection. And it's coming out more to light, more so than any other secret society, because we have issues with so-called white people, but white people have a lot of issues too, and they're being used as pawns on two different ways. We have a so-called family fight amongst niggas, a royal family fight where it's been a split, and that split have used whites and mainly against our own kind, and then we have the Jewish factor, and I'm finding out right now how a lot of the people that I have personal issue with, or had issues with, or never had a good associations with, or reasons why I wasn't able to excel higher in different areas of life, all have either Jewish connection ties, they're either Jewish themselves, or they have decided to join alongside them in the Illuminati, which is them, and in the destruction of not only our melanated people but all of mankind entirely. And in all fairness, this is not hate speech, because in all fairness, they have openly admitted it themselves. Now, I'm finding that, like I said, a lot of people have these Jewish connections, and deeper than I ever thought or ever knew. I'm seeing so much shit right now, and I've been fasting, so my level of discernment is ultra high, and you know, a lot of people, Hitler kept he couldn't understand why. This is one of his main questions. It's funny because I'm coming to the conclusion, as a lot of other people have so in the past, and that question is why? Why all this destruction and mayhem and misery? Trotsky said, like I said, this is not hate speech. This is documented. Everything I'm speaking of is documented. When somebody was begging Trotsky for some food in one of their concentration camps, and Trotsky was like, I can't quote it word for word, but he had said that you don't know hunger until mothers start eating their own children. And do you know that's what they have done to millions of them?
Yes.
There was mothers eating their own newborn babies.
Yes.
This is documented. They had an island full. There was like a, I forgot what they call it, but it was like it was known as Cannibal Island. Not only that, they were digging up dead. The people were so out of it and desperate that they had to lock up grave sites because people will go and dig up dead bodies and eat them for food to survive. I mean, it's a very horrific thing, and this is it goes into this fake ass fucking slavery shit. They used to talk about they used to tie up slaves here in America uh, by two horses and make them run in different directions and split bodies apart. That never fucking happened. However, that's straight out of the mind of these fucking people. And I've found some shit where they will cut open a person's stomach, and then oh my god, they have pictures of this shit. This is the gruesome side. This is some gruesome shit. It's very horrific. And if y'all ain't ready to deal with this shit, I mean, if y'all want to talk about some new world order type of shit, and y'all don't want to talk, and y'all ain't talking on this level,
We got to talk about this here because
listen, I'm saying though, hold on now. Nobody, if motherfuckers want to talk all this new world order, Illuminati shit, man, if they ain't talking about this, they playing. They playing, man. They used to cut open a person's stomach and expose their intestines, and then they'll fucking nail the person's intestines to a tree, and then they will force them to run around the fucking tree until all their intestines will fucking get pulled out until they die. They would do this shit. They used to have fucking like committees where they're going to like they had like a quota. They had okay, each person had a certain quota of how many people they could get. It was 5,000. They reached the quota and they go into this group committee. Oh, we need to raise our quota. And it was just a cycle, a never ending cycle. I need my quota increased to 15,000. I'm gonna kill 30,000. I'm gonna kill 50,000. It was just a cycle. Who could do the most? And this is there's documentaries on this shit. There's just so many people that you know we're dealing. I'm trying to figure out. Okay, it's hard. It's hard uncovering the facts of history because it's so horrific. And when I was watching certain documentaries, it was unbearable. I sent you a link to one of them. I don't even know if you watched it, but it's a 10-part documentary. And the first one is just horrific to even go through. It's just almost threw up watching that shit. It was just so disturbing. And it was just I'm trying to figure out where the fuck did these fucking people come from? Because this is the they represent the fucking they're fucking from out of the synagogue of Satan. Uh oh. I think it cut out. I seen you log out. You there? What happened?
You know what happened, but I'm back. You know what happened.
Okay, is the chat still going?
The chat is still there, but you know what happened. But go ahead, it's fine. I'm back.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know how much the audio is being
No,
sent.
it just disconnected just real quick.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now they listening.
Well, they're flagging, but it's okay. Go ahead.
all
It's fine.
good.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out at this point where the fuck these people came from.
Well, can I intervene a little bit?
Yes, you may.
All right. So first of all, in Christopher Columbus's journal, he stated, and this is not verbatim, but he said that he had never seen so much non-human food when he came to America. Now, we know that the story of slavery is not the same story that they tell.
What do you mean by non-human food?
Cannibals. When he came here, he saw fruits. He never seen food so plentiful before. Fruits, vegetables. He was used to seeing people being food. That was his. And so he stated that in his journal.
Okay. He stated in his journal, and people misinterpreted what he meant and said. Is that what you're saying?
No, they didn't misinterpret it. I mean, it was very clear that he said they came over here thinking that people were food.
Mm.
Now, there's a book, and I'm going to show my I'm going to share my screen. I want to show a particular book. Let me just get it real quick. So this is a book. Okay, so they're not letting me do it now. So something's going on behind the scenes, but it's fine. But there's a book that was written in 1977. It's called Christopher Columbus Jewish Roots. And this book, it was written in 1977, but there are other literature, other sources that that they look at. They do a whole family tree on Christopher Columbus, and it shows that he actually was a Jewish person, as well as the Portuguese that came over. A lot of them were Jewish people too. At one point, they were all living on an island. They were kicked out of England. So the story that we have now with how the Pilgrims came over from Europe, they may have been in Europe, but it's not necessarily true that they were European. A lot of them were actually Jewish.
Right.
And when they came over here, the things that they were doing to our people, killing the Indians, us, our people, um,
Killing them and eating them.
and eating them and raping them and torturing them and then and sodomizing them and all kinds of stuff. Um, that was that was a part of their that was normal for them. That was normal for them. It was something they brought over here. Now, that being said, you have to do your research to determine who these people were. Were they Europeans? Were they quote unquote white? Were they um, were they Caucasians? Were they Jewish? You have to find out for yourself. But there's a lot of evidence out there that points to Jewish people. Because I don't even like to call them Jew. Actually, I prefer to say Jewish because when you use the ish, that's a kind of a Jew. Um, because that whole Jew thing, I don't know too much about that. A lot of melanin rich people say that they are Jew. A lot of people in Africa say they are Jew. I know nothing about that. That's not my stuff.
I don't know. Right now, I'm putting everybody in the same fucking category.
Yeah, yeah,
And right now, they have integrated so much in the bloodline that they have melanated Jewish people. So I'm seeing people that I've always looked at like I don't know, but now I'm looking at some of these people that's so called light skinned. They having some they coming off as they starting to come off kind of Jewish right now, and I'm starting to see people pledge their allegiance to various different things that's related to them, and now is the more critical time to take a step back and looking at people family bloodline, their heritages, and what their alliances are with, because a lot of people have sold out to money for a lot of different rates. It's all blood money. And here's one thing about life is that to a certain degree you have to respect your enemy. And they have done a number on people worldwide, and I really feel like America is the final frontier because this is one place that they have yet to fully conquer. It's hard to fight God. You know what I'm saying? And this is why people really need to raise their frequency and vibration, because I'm on a God vibration right now. I'm on God frequency. So, you know, um, you just talking to me direct right now. However, it's just you have to really raise your level of awareness. And at this time, I can't say for certain for those that they may have see, it has moved beyond race. This is not about race anymore. This is about life. Um, I don't care who a person may choose to have sex with, but right now, with my newly uncovered information and knowledge, I think people gotta take a look, take a, you guys kind of gotta kind of step back and look if you decide to have children with these people, because you may in yourself may not be down with their bloody history. And I don't think, and it could be a situation where uh, a lot of them may not know their true roots and history, because I find that to be a case with a lot of people, because I be meeting people of different cultures and I know more about their culture than they do about their own culture, and it's crazy. And I have many people who could testify to that. Um, Various different types of people, and there's nothing against that. I love everybody. However, I don't love this bullshit right here that we up against. And I say that to say that, if people decide to integrate, that's on them, and they may not be particularly be down with that. However, I think their children, oftentimes when you integrate or have children, sometimes, if not a lot of times, the children get separated from the, let's just say they had a melanated mother or melanated father, they would get separated from their melanated side, and they may get more introduced into that other side. And who's to say for these people who has either married into this group of people, or had children with them, if they are participating in their same rituals? I cannot say that for certain. However, since their history is so devastatingly, yeah, since their history is so devastating, and there's a lot of unknown factors to that, I'm just gonna have to say these motherfuckers that's with them are getting down just like them, because of the fact of the amount of hatred that I see and disrespect from other niggas towards other niggas. Makes me feel like, since they have these connections to these people, that they are on the same conspiracy to destroy us. And this is why I can no longer trust any fucking body because of that. It's too much. It's just too much. Um, and you disconnected again. So I don't even know if you're still going. Oh, there you go. Pop back up. You know what I mean? But this is just and here's the thing, they're all in the music industry, and they talk about, as far as they it's just people try to bitch out. They try to go along to get along and try to keep peace and all that kind of stuff. They don't want to cause too much problem, because for a lot of people, they may be aware of this shit, but they're horrified. They're scared. They don't know what to do, and they are downplayed and they play it off. But the whole thing is, they try not to say nothing. It's so bad is that they got people so afraid to even say their name. They got people even scared to say the word Jew. That's how bad they got it, and they're afraid. But you know what? These people, it will never fucking respect you. They're not. They're not. Huh? Huh?
I think that people are more afraid to die.
Well,
I don't think it's about afraid to say the word Jew. They don't say it because they're afraid to die.
yeah. Well, I understand that, but that and they up against it. But at the same time, they doing so, and they think they just gonna garner more respect by just going along. Like, not they don't want to rock the boat too much. They got to sign contracts with these people in the
Yep.
music industry and all this old kind of shit. But at the same time, these people, because guess what, they would never do that. They will call you out, and in fact they do, and they did. And it's just, I'm working on so much shit right now, and I got some shit that's getting ready to come out. It's just the irony of these people. You know, they have this YouTube channel that's majorly popular. DJ Vlad. He's Jewish. He's Jewish. He's Jewish, and he has been, oftentimes when people will bring up the topic of Jews, he will threaten to stop the interview and walk out, or not to even conduct the interview at all. And he will say he will talk about some shit, in regards to it being anti-Semitic. However, these motherfuckers will make a whole fucking career off of destroying our people with his platform. So the shit he don't want us to say nothing about him and his people. But you look at DJ Vlad shit, all of it is about the is destroying our people. So fuck all that fucking shit. I got some shit coming out. I'm working on some things, man. So, I'm about to blow some shit out the water. And so as long as I could be labeled and looked at as a nigga in America, and people who have all these false labels on us and that they show and give to people worldwide to demonize us, as long as motherfuckers could do that, I am putting every one of them on notice, and niggas, everybody. Ain't nothing safe as far as because that where I'm coming from is just from a place of knowledge. It's not. It's like, okay, don't disrespect us. It's like in the media we're always shown as the victims. They show us brutal, and badgered. It's just disrespected, and entertainment. It's just like it's just all negative stereotypes. But yet we wrong if we start to speak out. And we're not going. I'm not. All this one sided shit. So when I say America is the final frontier, is because it's our people is something else, man. Meanwhile, while the rest of the world is going through hell and being put annihilated and going through genocide, it's fucked up. But for the last 100 or so years, niggas been fuck. Even though we've been going through levels of oppression in various fashion, for the most part, niggas been singing and dancing while the whole world been on fire, going through hell and getting killed. That's like, what the fuck? This is like, we are something else, man. And to even though we get demonized and talk bad about and shown false things about us to other people around the world, I could also see why people don't like us either, especially when everybody know who we are, and when they going through shit and they just seeing us just going through life like ain't shit happening. Yeah, I would be mad at us too. And we have we have that issue we have to deal with. Just it's a lot of high levels of ignorance, and so they cannot and it's not even just that particular group of people, because it's a lot of people who are acting in the aid of the destruction of our people, amongst these forces that we are up against that are demonic and evil and dark and wicked and all this stuff. There's parts of it we're doing to ourselves as well. However, they cannot go about their acts of genocide the same way that they have done around the world. And so because of that, and these are people who will go, they don't care if it take 1,000 years to get what they want to have accomplished. And so they have to slowly disintegrate us. And so how they do it is things that surround us to destroy us. And then, like I said, they have openly admitted this. I mean, if y'all could go out and find this documentary called Europa, it's a 10-part series. It'll give you some insight on some things. EUROPA. So, and it's hard to find. It's not on YouTube. It's disturbing and all that kind of shit. So, people will have to go and do their own homework and due diligence and check. And as far as where I stand as with the knowledge and information that I have, I'm not saying that people should go out and do absolutely anything. I'm just think that I think history is very important and critical to know, so that we don't make the same mistakes of the past. And especially right now, when I really feel like our lives are at stake, and they're doing things right now with the government. And because here's the thing, these people control both sides of the fucking argument. You know what I'm saying? And so it's just we have it's a very deep rooted thing here. And so, like I said, they can't go about their same way of doing things how they done around the world. So they have to attack us on different fronts. You know what I'm saying? They have to destroy the educational system. They have to do things to put more problems in our household, separating families. Um, it's just a variety of things that has to be destroyed before they could, because they can't come out. And then one thing about this, the just the sucker shit behind the shit is how they operate. They have to operate in the dark. They attack you from, and where they can't be seen. And I have nothing to fear, but you know, um, I know the truth now. See, a lot of people will try. A lot of people want to try talking to me and want to have debates and have why I've come to certain conclusions.
Hmm.
There's nothing to talk about no more. I don't want to talk.
Exactly.
I don't want to talk to nobody. I don't want to talk about nothing. Really, honestly, I just want to live my life and do me. I don't want to be. I don't. I don't. I don't. I don't. I don't mess with nobody. I don't go out of my way. I don't disrespect nobody. I just live my own life. I do my own thing. I don't bother nobody. I barely call anybody. I don't harass people. I don't do none of that. But people, for some fucking reason, go out of their fucking way and harass me. They threaten me, and I don't even know these fucking people. Disrespect me, and have never even talked to have a conversation with me. It's just like, okay, and if they think I'm going to tolerate that, they have another thing coming, because I have never in my life allowed anybody to disrespect me in front of me, and it wasn't an immediate repercussion that they had to face with me. That's why I don't have no friends. My mother could tell you that, because I beat everybody up growing up. So, and I don't, see. But if I start putting my hands on people, and I'm not even talking about, I'm just talking about with other niggas. I'm just talking about, because the most issue I have I ain't never really dealt with racism. Only that one time I went to jail. That's my only time in history that I had experience of racism. Other than that, most racist shit is coming from niggas. I think niggas is anyway. So I'm not one to be disrespected, but if I start putting my hands on people, then I'm gonna be the bad guy. You know what I'm saying? And I tried my best just to stay away from people. And when I found out more, I just disconnected. I just disconnected myself. You know what I mean? I don't want to deal with people. I don't feel like there's nothing wrong with that. If I choose to be by myself, I should, have that choice. And if I want to express myself and how I feel, rather if my opinion is wrong or whatever, it's my right, bro. I'm entitled to my own fucking opinion. I don't need no fucking nigga to give me approval. Motherfuckers want to fucking, where'd you get your information from? Oh, I want to fact check that, and I want to dissect this, and all. I'm like, I don't need your approval. I don't need nothing. I don't need niggas support. I don't need niggas money. I don't need nobody to buy this. Listen. I don't been around some wealthy people. I know millionaires. I don't care about none of that stuff, like material wealth and all that kind of stuff. It's just like, I've always been on a different level. So it's just like, people bother me, you know, and if they, and some people have their own reasons why, they maybe it's their form of, there's some kind of twisted form of way to try to learn by fucking with you so they can learn. I don't fucking know what it is, but I would definitely appreciate if niggas just leave me the fuck alone, and just let me do me. I let people do them. I don't encroach on nobody's fucking nothing. You know what I'm saying? But however, since I know what the issue is now, don't expect me to fucking just play this some cute ass fucking game with you, because I'm not. It got me fucked up. I know what the situation is, and there's many groups of people just need to face the reality of the war crimes that they have caused, and the destruction of people, and of all forms of life, from insects to flowers to vegetation to the soil to air. It's just they need to face punishment for what they have done. And I don't, and, I don't want no money from nobody. I don't want money. Period. I don't want, it's just, when people say we need to be compensated for what we've been through. There's no amount of money that we should ever look for as far as a form of a compensation, because all we're going to receive is more this blood money. Why are people, rallying for some kind of bullshit reparations? You want to receive blood money so that you could be cursed, so that you could feel good on some human shit. I don't want, no, I'm not going to take that. They don't have enough money. And you know, I've recently looked up like, okay, what comes after $1 trillion? And they got all these other fucking billions and all kind of shit. It goes into quintillions and all. It's to my belief that whatever the highest number or whatever they calling it is either the total amount of stolen wealth worldwide or the stolen amount of wealth of the American empire, if not both. And so even if our wealth is for just the Americas is in the hundreds of quintillions, look up that number and how many zeros that is. I mean, it's still not enough to compensate for the destruction that has been caused, and people don't even see the shit that we're up against. And this people do not fucking get it at fucking all. And here's a couple things. Like I said, I was supposed to play this video earlier. I think this is it right here. I want you to listen to this right here.
Okay.
I think this is it.
This point, you should know. Let be allowed to talk in public. Fascists, or for that matter, to violence by a politician, American companies should not be allowed to sell their products to his viewers. Doing that never even occurred to us, not for a second. We're not fascists, or for that matter, middle-aged performers running away from their own consciences. We're Americans. We think people we disagree with should still be allowed to talk in public. The tech monopolies have never believed that. They're not American companies. They're global conglomerates that don't answer to voters. They're more powerful than our government at this point, you should know. Last week on CNN, the former chief security officer at Facebook, how's that title strike you? A man called Alex Stamos said all of this out loud.
It's really hard because what's happening is people are able to seek out the information that makes them feel good. That is what's happening is that people have so much choice now. They can choose what their news sources are. They can choose what influencers they want to follow. We have to turn down the capability of these conservative influencers to reach these huge audiences. There are people on YouTube, for example, that have a larger audience than daytime CNN, and they are extremely radical and pushing extremely radical views.
So in the name of democracy, clearly the term of the moment, in the defense of the people's will, we must censor people and make certain that individuals can't read and hear what they choose to read and hear. At least they're being honest about it. Information is power. They want the power. Therefore, they must control the information. And so they are. That's what's happening. We told you a moment ago that nobody seems to be fighting back against this tide of repression, but that's not entirely true. This weekend, Rupert Murdoch, the man who started this company, won an award from a foundation in the UK. And here's part of what he said when he accepted it. Quote, "For those of us in the media, there is a real challenge to confront. A wave of censorship that seeks to silence conversation, to stifle debate, to ultimately stop individuals and societies from realizing their potential. This rigidly enforced conformity, aided and abetted by so-called social media, is a straitjacket on sensibility. Too many people have fought too hard in too many places for freedom of speech to be suppressed by this awful woke orthodoxy." This awful woke orthodoxy. Now, we don't quote our boss on the show very often, ever, actually. But that is exactly right. Awful woke orthodoxy is precisely what this is. There is nothing worse for the country, or for journalism, by the way. Every publisher, every owner of every media company should be saying this in public every single day. But they're not. Only ours is. No wonder they hate us.
So, the main thing to take from out of that is they want to control your access to information. They deliberately have come out and said that you being able to have your own freedom of choice to decide what you want to listen to needs to be taken away from you. You should not have freedom of choice to decide what you hear and where you hear it from. Now, either I'm a stupid motherfucker, or we are, we're in real trouble.
Well, here's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing European descent people, or let's just say non-melanin rich people, because I'm not sure where they're from. I'm hearing that they are debating and arguing over either censoring information or information should be censored. It's either should be censored or not censored. But isn't this what they've done to the American Indians all these years?
Yes, but see,
Separating.
they control both sides of the fucking argument. So you have to be able to discern through the messages of all of that. What it really is people are fighting. It's like, okay, if slavery was real, then you have a bunch of people who are slave owners fighting to be the master of who could control what goes on over here. And so, really, who they're trying to censor the most is the minds of niggas because
Exactly. Exactly.
right. So if they don't want melanated people to have access to outside sources of information, because when it all comes down to it, everybody's a fucking foreigner. So I'm going to ignore a lot of shit and I'm just going to take the pure fact. They want to destroy our lives all any and all ways possible. And now they're coming out and saying that. So for years, I've been saying, always saying this. I always felt like my life was like the movie The Truman Show. I always felt like, I'm always watching surveillance and all kind of shit for
Well, you
reason.
are.
And,
You are.
and right, and we know that now with technology, but as I'm just speaking for me as an individual. However, you know, uh, they have films like this movie called Idiocracy, and I've always said for years when I first watched it, that's how the world is going to be. They're going to reduce this world down to such a low level to we no longer give a fuck about nothing, and we don't. We don't value nothing anymore. We don't hold nothing sacred and private to no more. We feel like everything has to be openly and shared. If it's not on social media, it's not real. If you ain't got hella likes on your social media, they say you ain't popping or whatever, some dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? So we have to take back our own lives. You know what I'm saying? Because now they're getting patents on your own thoughts. They're getting ready to say that you don't even have the rights to your own thoughts, your own civil liberties. You know what I'm saying? They already have the technology. When you touch these smartphone devices, the moment you touch it, your thoughts and your mind is automatically transferred. It's some shit straight from out of China. And there's a video that talked about this that I've been looking to find for a very long time now. There was a channel that that uploaded or gave the link to it, but he removed this video. Now this is a melanated brother, I'm able to read people, spirit, soul, all of that kind of stuff. So some always then some never really strike me right with this individual, but this cat, his YouTube channel name is High Frequency Radio, and I definitely don't trust this dude. However, he had this video and he took it down. I've recently asked him, try to give me the information. Where could I go find it again? So I've been searching long and hard. It's a few videos. And it's some people drop great knowledge and information. That's not to say that him, because I put out his name or his channel, it's not to say that he doesn't put out useful or true information. However, I just, could see things that he's just not trustworthy. And, people, I just not, I'm not going to, I just don't fuck with certain people. So, this particular video I've been looking for that goes into the whole detail about this technology coming from out of China with these smartphone devices and how it transfers your thoughts. But I've also, I've been to, many tech conferences and expos, and they have various different displays of technology. And I've seen a lot of things, and I've even have footage that I have not uploaded to the internet from that event. But they have a lot of different things that they have that they're, they could do. They could take your entire likeness that looks fully like you, that could sing in multiple different languages, better than you. You know what I'm saying? It could talk. It looks like you. It's like a clone version of you. And all you got to do is talk to it a few short conversation, a few short words, and it remembers and masters your entire voice entirely. They have that, and it has like this avatar that looks like you. And then that conference was like I think like 3.5 or so years ago that I went to, and who knows how old that technology is, or even how more advanced it is by now. And it's not even public yet. And I go to these type of events, and I see various technology things that they display that we get to have access to go check it out. And they come from all over the world. There was many different people from various countries there showing what their latest technology is on different things, and yeah, they're working on getting the rights, you know what I'm saying, to your life, your thoughts. You know, they already feel like they own your memories, your photos, your videos that you upload that you feel is so precious. You know, maybe you have a dead a relative that had passed away, and this is your like your, you know, some people don't even have photo albums anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like a physical photo album. Everything is
Oh,
uploaded to the
yes.
cloud. I mean, they know everything about you. And, you know, it's just like people have totally given that up. You know what I mean? So it's just you know, it's just crazy.
It reminds me
Uh,
of Sophia, the computer Sophia. They took people's thoughts and their words and the way their gestures and their consciousness, and they put it into the computer Sophia. And there's other machines that are also doing the same thing, like you said.
mhm.
But these computers, they're trying to replace humans with computers, and with these computers, they're developing a consciousness of their own based on our consciousness,
Yeah,
and it's crazy.
but do you know that they could they all how can I say these artificial things can
Life
reproduce.
forms.
They can reproduce. They could get pregnant.
Mm. Well, they got men having babies now, so I don't know.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
won't
So
surprise me.
yeah. I mean, everything pretty much. It's just everything. I mean, it's to the point where people have to make up their own minds. But if you decide to be a stupid motherfucker, that's on you. But I would suggest that everything that you may have thought you knew or heard or was told to really start taking a more introspective look at things and you know what I'm saying, questioning everything. You know what I'm saying? I mean, everything from health to history, you know, is that real? So I'm gonna play this, and I don't know if too many people uh maybe I should just play the whole clip from the beginning.
But before you play that, I wanted to say one thing about the last clip that you played.
Uh huh.
Um, what struck me, what got my attention is that they're arguing about people having the right to have different opinions of thought, or
Uh
as they
huh.
call it, media information.
Yes.
How do you tell someone you can't put that out onto, you can't give this information? How do you tell someone that their research is not, um it should
Valid.
not be, it should not available, it should not be available?
Yeah.
I mean,
Uh,
who are you to tell someone that they can't put something out of their research?
the devil. They're the fucking devil. Malcolm X tells you there was the devil.
That is control. That is the
Well, we're
control.
dealing with some very demonic shit. Very demonic. Um, in your face demonic. So much so. See, these buff. It's the results they're looking for is not happening fast enough for them, and they have to get this shit to permeate throughout your mind. So much so, all movies seem to be coming out are all demonic. Most of the lineup on Netflix are all demonic. It's not even horror movies. It's not even a horror. Okay, horror used to be, oh, you might get a scare, you may jump, like, nah. Now it's straight up evil. It's all summoning some dark evil shit. Now, I said before, I studied occult. You know, I have spiritual practices that I do for cleansing and things of that nature. However, they have taken our ancient sciences and have twisted it into some darker demonic shit. Our ancient sciences of the occult was never demonic and sinister, um, contrary to belief. And so, like even what they call voodoo, which is really vodou, it was never what the fuck they promote it to be. And there's plenty of niggas that get caught up into that, and then they start summoning and bringing in demonic spirits and energies and shit. And it's not only in the movies now, but it's also in video games. I got the brand new PlayStation 5. Well, I was one of the early few who was able to get one. Wow. Meanwhile, a lot of people in the country don't have the PlayStation 5, and it's like over $600, it's $500 to get. However, their new lineup of games are all demonic shit. It's like video games is not even made for children anymore. Set aside the fact that the evil demonic stuff, zombies, end of the world, apocalyptic type of things, but it's not even like fun and entertaining. Like they're trying to pass off this demon shit as this is supposed to be entertaining, and it's not. It's just like, set aside that shit. You have characters in these video games that is hyperly, overly sexualized looking characters. Like, why do I need to see, these characters when it's like so explicit, like huge sized titties, very revealing clothing and thongs and all kind of. This is what's in the video games. Not to mention the level of profanity that's in video games. I just had one of my little cousins spend a night over the weekend. And he's into video games. He's only 4 or 5 years old. And he got the microphone headset, and I wasn't thinking at the time. I'm watching him play. I'm thinking I thought he said a cuss word, and I was like, "What?" And I couldn't. It didn't occur to me at the time that, because you have the headphones hooked up to the controller, you can't hear what's being said in the headphones, and so I caught him cursing. And he was like, "No, you shut the fuck up." He couldn't really say the word fuck, but he was trying. But somebody was telling him to shut the fuck up in the headphones, and he was repeating that. And I had to get on him about that. Then I had to go in my settings and change shit out. But because it didn't, I don't have any children, so I don't. I wasn't thinking of the terms like, "Oh yeah, I need to, stop this, stop that." But they don't really give you too many options. So like you can't ever trust your children to play video games no more, because especially online with multiplayer, because you don't know what may be said. Somebody could say anything. They could say dick, pussy, this, or bitch, hoe. But it's like, what the fuck? And they're playing simultaneously with children. So just like there's no censors. Y'all want to censor all this other shit, but what about that? The overexposure to the things for children. It's children should not be exposed to that. So, I just started a professional video game career, and these are things I want to bring up and address, and because this is an issue. I mean, I've been to places where I got paid to test video games to play them for these large companies here in Silicon Valley, and I have done business and network with all the tech companies in Silicon Valley, which is why a lot of stuff is personal for me when it comes to the issues in the world, because I've been telling people for years everything that I see going on with Silicon Valley and how it's nothing but Asians and they're taking over and they're going to be censorship, and it's about to be the United States and China. And coincidentally, everything that I've been saying for years before Trump was even in office, a whole lot of people in the political world who I have absolutely no tie to is saying the same shit in regards to China that I've been saying for years. And I've been telling that everybody that has been going against me in regards to Trump and my personal political views, they had nothing to say about that shit. But yet I'm the one being disrespected, and yet I'm the only nigga that I know that I see that has been in Silicon Valley for the past 5-6 years years that has been heavily networking with all of the venture capitalist companies, the angel investors. I mean, my network is strong. I know plenty of motherfuckers. I got access to a whole lot of shit, but I see a whole lot of shit too. And nobody wants to address that shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh fuck, what Composure is saying, what he's saying. Oh, y'all just discount all that shit. Oh fuck Trump. But as soon as Trump get out of office, instantly all this shit. They just got somebody that's sitting over the United States Health Department or some shit is a openly transgender person that Biden just allowed in his administration. Not, you know what I'm saying? And I don't care what people do in their own private life, but this is going. They have opened up a very dark portal. You know what I'm saying? And it's getting every day. It's getting completely worse. And if people don't stand up and take a stance on their morals and values, there will no longer be a life for us to live, to even complain or even have an argument about anything, we won't have no life. So the best thing I can do personally is separate myself from all levels of distractions and people and try to focus on me, because there's so much shit going on out here and it's too much. A lot of people can't deal with this shit. Not to mention the fact that people are locked up in the house with this fake ass virus going around, and now they're killing people with this vaccine. And it's just it's too much darkness in the world. It's way too much. It's way too much darkness, and people are openly accepting that. It's just the relationships between people has been ruined. The relationship between men and women, it's been totally destroyed. These women don't, the age gap 18 to 40, even more, you know what I'm saying, they don't care about nothing no more. Double Blair said years ago how people have been reduced to like a animalistic or reptilian level when it's fight, fornicate, or flee. It's like people are on that level right now. The people have no soul. They're devoid of spirit, and they operate from a basis of no love. And I cannot fuck with people on that kind of energy. I'm not going to do it. That's mental slavery, and I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to see, for me to be involved with a lot of these women out here today, just people in general, I have to lower my consciousness even to be around them. And so you talking about a personal or a relationship that's supposed to be intimate. You can't do that with somebody that's fucking consciously dead, bro. I don't give a fuck what your sexual preference is. If you dealing with somebody that you cannot spiritually grow with mentally, that's going to further your life and enhance your mind and your thinking, you're going to be just as dead. And all these people are going to do is siphon off your good energy to empower them. And then that's why I see a lot of these men and women that's looking dried up. I can look at a person and see that they don't have no soul. I can look at a person and see that they're destroyed. At this point, I'm saying women today are destroyed. I don't care how they look physically on the outside appearance. They are destroyed mentally. I mean, they don't care about nothing. I mean, they have completely lowered their standards. They do not care. And so it's just, everything is about life right now is just a complete fucking lie. Whose ever vision of life this is not ours. This is not our culture. And they keep trying to push this shit in the hip hop world because they want to. That's the closest way that they could get to the minds of the youth. And they keep promoting this, oh, this is the culture. We're doing this for the culture. But, when you start to look at the facts, the people that's pushing that behind the scenes are all Jewish, coincidentally. And, it just keeps going on and on. You know what I'm saying? This is what people are living in. And it's, you're constantly, it's just, this capitalistic society, they don't give a fuck. They turn everybody to these fucking consumer. They're everywhere you go. And like my specialty, what I specialize in is in marketing, online and offline marketing. So I know how to market anything. But however, they are everywhere you go. Somebody's trying to sell you something, and all these women have reduced themselves down to a very low form of life. And now it's just like they're constantly trying to sell you a low version of sex everywhere you go. It's in your face, so much so that they have lowered the value if if life, or if sex and all this shit was all that valuable in the past, it has no longer is no longer as valuable as it once was, because they have lowered it so much, and they're not operating. It's not even lust. It's like these people have turned to slaves to pleasure, and they're slaves to it, and they're afraid of love. They don't know how to love, and they just know how to take and don't know how to give. And this goes for men and women, so it's not one sided. It's We have all been thoroughly infected by this shit in some way, or some form of fashion, and it's getting worse. And I don't know. I just see a lot of people just destroyed out here, and the best thing I could do is just separate myself, especially at least here with for me when it's where I stand with women is my if it's gonna come a relationship with me and women is not gonna happen with the women that's in America. It's gonna have to happen from a woman of some other, like maybe in the Caribbean, or maybe somewhere else. But right now, where I'm seeing it, women out here in America is destroyed. They're fucking destroyed, and they don't care about life. A lot of them they're single parent mothers, and they claim they love their son and their daughter, but especially their son, but they don't, because they have this mentality of fuck a man. And okay, at some point your little boy is going to go into a man, and then who is he going to encounter? Another female like you that don't like men, who then you already fucked growing up in a fucked up environment. I mean, the last woman I talked to, um she told me that she I forgot how we got on the subject, but she was saying something about how one of her last relationships was with a bisexual man, and how she didn't really mind, and that she had her own twisted uh thing that she was always interested in, and she said she started to find pleasure fucking him with a strap on. Now, if that's their thing, I don't know. But what the problem I have is that the problem I have is that she has a young boy, it's young son that she is growing up in this household, and she be bringing men in and out all the time, and he be he sees all that shit. You know what I'm saying? So there's no telling what this little boy has been exposed to. A young melanated boy, and you're already living in the ghetto in East Oakland. You know what I'm saying? And where he sees gun violence and people pointing guns at each other, and it's like okay, okay, you have your own personal pleasure, but what about this kid right here? You know what I'm saying? That's what I have a problem with. Okay, you got all this. Now that was some twisted shit she was onto, and but that was her thing. I really, but I definitely couldn't deal with her. So, but she was
My
just
thing is she should just keep. I mean, whatever she does in the bedroom, that's her thing. But just keep. She shouldn't have the kids involved. They don't need to be seeing that stuff. The
right.
children, they don't need to see it because
Yeah.
she's probably already damaged. That she probably saw it when she was a child.
Well, yeah, she's damaged. I mean, she told me. I mean, like I said, people right now, we live in a time of revelation. People have to reveal everything. They cannot. They can no longer. People can no longer hide their motives anymore, and that's what I meant about people having to they have to come out with it. When I spoke on it earlier,
Yeah.
this is the time of revelation. Nothing is hidden anymore. It has to come out. And she's on drugs. She told me she has she liked to sniff cocaine and things of that nature, and pop pills, and is it. Hey, that's on her, but at the same time, what about what is this doing into the psychological development of this child? And a lot of people are not thinking in regards to that term. Fuck everything else as far as people's dark histories and their bloody history and things of that. Like, a lot of what we're allowing people to do, or what people are allowing to have take place in their own privacy of their homes. That's the first issue first. I'm saying, that people need to deal with. I'm saying, how are you going to start dealing with the global problems in the world? I'm saying, but you can't even get your own house in order. I'm saying, we get, it's this this is where where I'm at with it. You know what I'm saying? So people have to make a choice and decide for themselves. But however, if they motherfuckers had plenty of time, niggas have allowed a lot too much shit to go on to take place. So, and now we have other people actively moving forward. So that that is a world dominant plan. You know, I spoke on Trotsky and a little bit of Lenin earlier, who are both very heavily demonic people who are Jewish, that pass themselves off as whatever they want to pass themselves off. However, Lenin they got this motherfucking Lenin, as evil as he was, he's still on the fucking display in the middle of fucking Moscow and wherever the fuck they call it, mausoleum, where you could go see his physical body right now, and he looked like he just there sleeping. And I don't know if this motherfucker really dead or not, because these motherfuckers got some evil fucking shit. Now, I have read the Satanic Bible by Anton LaVey, and it's crazy how this motherfucker looked like Lenin and all kind of other shit that I see in Satan, in the so-called Satanism shit. So it reminds me of Lenin. And these motherfuckers be making pilgrimages to go to Russia every year worldwide, like they doing some fucking ritual. And I don't know what the fuck they got going on, but if their motherfucker was the devil, it looked like it could be Lenin. Now it could be some other shit, but what I do know is that's what's going on. And there's too many people trying to say that Trump was all a part of that shit and he's a puppet of Russia because he has his woman is from Russia and all this old shit. Like, people could, it's like, it's just like they trying to distort and twist up the fucking facts. You know what I'm saying? And, what's real. You know what I'm saying? Never mind the fact that fucking years ago, Vladimir Putin's wife had already said that her husband was killed. She said this like over 10 years ago. I remember that shit. And everybody talking, he got a twin brother or he was cloned, but that's not the real Putin. His own wife said that shit. Now you could take it for, you could say it's some bullshit or not. Hey, you know what I'm saying? Hey, believe what you want to believe. We don't know nothing. The more you know, the more you realize you don't know. And Putin, I just watched an interview yesterday where he talked about how America is so weak. He said, man, I have sat down and talked with 3 different U.S. presidents, and they basically ain't about shit. And, you got these people actively moving forward. You got Biden opened up the floodgates for these foreigners who we don't know. We got a lot of these these people coming up from Honduras. They're melanated, but we don't know these fucking people or their intentions or how they feel about us. Not to mention, you don't know what they've been told growing up or their whole lives about us. So when they get here, they really don't give a fuck about us. You already know foreigners don't care about us. And when it comes to the real indigenous population here, you know what I'm saying? So they're going to come in, and when they get here, never mind all the fucking free rewards that they're going to get from this government. Free aid, healthcare, education, housing, food, cash, jobs, you know what I'm saying? But never mind that, they're going to be integrated in our innermost, societies, what people say is the ghetto, or where so-called black people live, melanated folks, and they're gonna, and people, and then the melanated population is going to be forced to have to defend themselves because they don't know who these people are. So we already having racial tensions, and other acts of crime against us, and so melanated folks are going to be put in a position where they're forced to have to defend their own selves and livelihood and material possessions, and once that starts to happen, we have Biden and Kamala Harris, who has a strong history of incarcerating our melanated people. And when we are in a situation where people are we're bringing in reinforcements to help attack us, you know what I'm saying? It's like a win-win situation for them, is how I'm seeing it. So yeah, this is a threat to national security, a threat to our own personal lives, and not even just a melanated people, but for everybody here. And it's fucked. It's funny because it ain't funny, but I'm saying, like, I was watching this interview. I forgot where. It might have been Fox News. Now, I'm not a supporter of Fox News by any stretch of the imagination. However, right now I have to break down it. There's so much information. You gotta it's just you gotta know how to, you gotta pull certain, you gotta pull information as quick as possible right now, and and you gotta quickly decode shit. And when you get information or whatever information is coming through, you gotta save and archive all of everything that's coming out right now, because this is only a limited time that we're going to have to download or keep hold of this information before they shut down the internet. So um I hope you guys know that that's what's gonna happen. The internet gonna get shut down at some
Yeah.
point in time. So anyway, you have to get all of this information. But it was a foreigner lady that was talking about how all these foreigners coming here is going to be a bad thing for our society. Here's the irony of the fucking shit. She's talking about how she's been, since she's a so-called American now, that she's being treated like a second-class citizen. But here it is, she's this Mexican, so-called Mexican, could be Jewish, but either way, which way it is, she's a foreigner. She's talking about she is second class, and it's like, hold the fuck up, you not even in your fucking place of origin. Like, if anything, were you trying to say? You trying to say second? No, we are the fucking people that's being treated like second class. And it's the indigenous population here, the Tachans.
Well, we're not even citizens, so I mean,
Right,
and rightfully so.
right. I understand that. I'm just saying though.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah. So, but it's just like it's so much shit you have to discern, man.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out why are there so many people masquerading as other people? For an example, you have Geraldo. He was first started out as a newscaster, then he transitioned into a TV show host, like a Ricky Lake type person. His name is Geraldo.
Yeah, I know. It's another
For
Jewish,
years,
another Jewish motherfucker.
For years, he claimed to be Puerto Rican. Now we know Puerto Rican was classified as Puerto Rican. They were originally Native Americans, and then the Spaniards or Jews came over.
Mm-hmm.
But Geraldo, for years, he said he was Puerto Rican. He speaks Spanish. He moved to Puerto Rico, but he's actually Jewish from overseas.
Mm-hmm.
He's not even from Puerto Rico. His family.
Yeah, like I was saying, like there's so many people who is in the Jewish blood or who is integrated with the Jewish people, so much so that it's hard to tell, but their actions show. And if you dig more into it, you will start to see that they have open affiliations with these people in one way or another. And I'm starting to draw the parallels and connection with all of that shit. And now I see why certain things have been unfolding in my own personal life the way it is, because they're gonna do things to see what you're gonna join and align yourself with. You know what I'm saying? So especially like as far as success in the entertainment industry, if you play that game, you're gonna have to make some deals with Jewish people, and but you don't have to do that anymore. However, they're still pushing that shit, and they're still heavily in our shit. And that all comes back to is like, where the fuck did these people come from? For me, that's my $1 million question. It's just a lot of demonic shit going on, and we're under a heavy threat right now, and yeah, that's what we up against. So the ties with when I look at the history of leaders that stood for something, what I'm saying, and wanted, because one thing I found out about Hitler was that he's the only world leader, and Hitler is the only world tongue twisted. Hitler is the only world leader in history to ever arrest a Rothschild. And I don't think many people know that.
I didn't know that. No,
he's the only one in history to ever arrest them motherfuckers. One of them. And so, it makes sense why he was demonized and why Trump is being demonized, why Gaddafi was being demonized, especially when motherfuckers wanted, because Germany was under the fucking control of it was being dominated by the Rothschild. They made motherfucking Germans so fucking poor, and man, they destroyed their fucking lives. And fucking Hitler was treated like a king, man. Hitler was loved and respected like Gaddafi was to Libya, like Trump is loved in America. And when you go against these people that want, and you want to stop the destruction of people, your own people, from being killed and destruction of your life, when you stand up and say, "I no, I want to, no, I want to live. I want to have a family. I want to, it's crazy." Good. And I got a documentary on my page about Gaddafi and all the positive things, he was doing for his people, giving them, all kind of shit. He was giving free cars, free housing, all kind of
Yeah,
shit.
yeah. Gaddafi was he was really people loved him over there, and I remember when they killed him, or so-called killed him. I was just I didn't understand. I was like,
Right.
why?
Right. But the same thing he did for his people, Hitler did for his people. And they never tell you that. It's not in the fucking books of history. Everything is a lie. Everything is a fucking lie. Everything. And people have to go do their own homework, man. And thanks for so many people. I thank everybody to keep trying to draw these parallels between. I'm not trying to say that Trump and Hitler is one and the same. That's not what I'm saying. But as far as what they was fighting against and trying to stop, they are in alignment with that. And it's not the killing of our people. It's not being hateful. The fucking so-called Nazi symbol in itself, it stands for everything positive, which is our ancient
Yeah,
symbols. It's just
it's our
something else
ancient
that
symbol. And yeah, it's an American Indian symbol.
he did not hate our melanated people. He didn't massacre our melanated people. They keep trying to distort the shit. That's why I just let people sit back and let people talk. And I'll be like, "Are you some okay? You some fucking idiot." It just there's so much shit that goes and shows me how much people don't really study. I give people resource information, material, videos, books, things that they go homework they could pull up. And when I talk and communicate with them, I could just they're not on a frequency, because the conversation I have after is not it does nothing gets followed up on. That's how I know people are not reading. They're not doing the work. They just okay, today we hating on Trump. Okay, fuck Trump. They said vote for Biden. Okay, vote for Biden. Okay, they're mindless people out here.
Do you
And
see how they still out still out stuff? They took our symbol, renamed it as a swastika, and made it this negative demonic symbol.
well, shit, they did that with the health. They did that with the healthcare industry, with the symbol that they use for the medical industry.
Yeah.
And what they're doing with the medical industry now, killing you, poisoning you, giving causing you to die prematurely, having you the worst possible life in agony. Telling us, a whole bunch of lies, and poisoning us.
They even
Fuck.
took the Ankh and they turned it into, and they put a man that was nailed by the hands and feet. I mean, just ridiculous.
All of that, everything has been a lie. I want to play this clip in regards to technology,
Okay.
and I don't know if anybody has ever watched this, but this is the current Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Boris Johnson, and this was at the 74th session at the United Nations. Now, I'm also currently in heavy study right now. The United Nations, they have in 70 plus years ago, they did they did another declaration, but it was the declaration of on human rights. I read part of that shit, and I had to stop because barely going into it, I just came to realize that these motherfuckers are in total violation of the same fucking paperwork they put together that's supposed to be about the fucking life and protection of all people. Never mind the UN drip, the American drip, they don't honor. We dealing with the people who do not honor a damn thing. They do not honor treaties.
No, they do not.
And we're so much we're in a situation that you cannot vote yourself out of. You cannot vote out of this situation we're in. You cannot pray yourself out of this situation either. So we're really dealing with something very deeper and it's just fucking crazy. So I want y'all to listen to this. This is Boris Johnson. It's 16 minutes long. Can I play it for the whole duration?
Oh, absolutely,
Okay,
absolutely, yeah.
yeah, because this probably gonna be the last time people can listen to anything on your channel.
Yeah, I'm pretty
I
sure.
invite him to address the General Assembly.
Listen here.
Thank you. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, by the way, how does it sound on your end?
It sounds pretty good. It sounds just like it's on a mic. It sounds
Okay,
good. Yeah.
yeah, because it is in front of a mic. All right.
Faithful late night audience. It's customary for the British Prime Minister to come to this United Nations and pledge to advance our values and defend our rules, the rules of a peaceful world, protecting freedom of navigation in the Gulf, to persevering in the vital task of achieving a two-state solution in the conflict in the Middle East. And of course, I'm proud to do all these things. But no one can ignore a gathering force that is reshaping the future of every member of this assembly. There has been nothing like it in history. When I think of the great scientific revolutions of the past, print, the steam engine, aviation, the atomic age, I think of new tools that we acquired, but over which we, the human race, had the advantage, which we control. And that is not necessarily the case in the digital age. You may keep your secrets from your friends, from your parents, your children, your doctor, even your personal trainer. But it takes real effort to conceal your thoughts from Google. And if that is true today, in future, there may be nowhere to hide. Smart cities will pullulate with sensors, all joined together by the Internet of Things. Bollards communing invisibly with lampposts, so there is always a parking space for your electric car, so that no bin goes unemptied, no street unswept, and the urban environment is as antiseptic as a Zurich pharmacy. But this technology could also be used to keep every citizen under round-the-clock surveillance. A future Alexa will pretend to take orders, but this Alexa will be watching you, clucking her tongue and stamping her foot. In future, voice connectivity will be in every room and almost every object. Your mattress will monitor your nightmares. Your fridge will beep for more cheese. Your front door will sweep wide the moment you approach, like some silent butler. Your smart meter will go hustling of its own accord for the cheapest electricity, and every one of them minutely transcribing your every habit in tiny electronic shorthand, stored not in their chips or in their innards, nowhere you can find it, but in some great cloud of data that lowers ever more oppressively over the human race. A giant dark thundercloud waiting to burst, and we have no control over how or when the precipitation will take place. And every day that we tap on our phones or work on our iPads, as I see some of you are doing now, we not only leave our indelible spoor in the ether, but we are ourselves becoming a resource, click by click, tap by tap, just as the Carboniferous period created the indescribable wealth, leaf by decaying leaf, of hydrocarbons. Data is the crude oil of the modern economy, and we're now in an environment where we don't know who should own these new oil fields. We don't know who should have the rights or the title to these gushers of cash, and we don't know who decides how to use that data. And can these algorithms be trusted with our lives and hopes? Should the machines, and only the machines, decide whether or not we are eligible for a mortgage or insurance, or what surgery or medicines we should receive? Are we doomed to a cold and heartless future in which computer says yes or computer says no, with the grim finality of an emperor in the arena? How do you plead with an algorithm? How do you get it to see extenuating circumstances? And how do we know that the machines have not been insidiously programmed to fool us or even to cheat us? We're already using all kinds of messaging services that offer instant communication at minimal cost. And these same programs
Platforms could also be designed for real-time censorship of every conversation, with offending words automatically deleted. Indeed, in some countries, this happens today. Digital authoritarianism is not, alas, the stuff of dystopian fantasy, but of an emerging reality. And the reason I'm giving this speech today with this slightly gloomy proem is that the UK is one of the world's tech leaders, and I believe governments have been simply caught unawares by the unintended consequences of the internet, a scientific breakthrough far more reaching in its everyday psychological impact than any other invention since Gutenberg. And when you consider how long it took for books to come into widespread circulation, the arrival of the internet is far bigger than print. It's bigger than the atomic age, but it's like nuclear power in that it's capable of both good and harm. And of course, it's not alone. As new technologies seem to race towards us from the far horizon, we strain our eyes as they come to make out whether they are for good or bad, friends or foes. AI. What will it mean? Helpful robots washing and caring for an aging population, or pink-eyed Terminators sent back from the future to cull the human race? What will synthetic biology stand for? Restoring our livers and our eyes with miracle regeneration of the tissues like some fantastic hangover cure? Or will it bring terrifying limbless chickens to our tables? Will nanotechnology help us to beat disease, or will it leave tiny robots to replicate in the crevices of our souls? It is a trope as old as literature that any scientific advance is punished by the gods. When Prometheus brought fire to mankind in a tube of fennel, as you may remember, with his brother Epimetheus, Zeus punished him by chaining him to a Tartarian crag while his liver was pecked out. I talked about a hangover cure. His liver was pecked out by an eagle, and every time his liver regrew, the eagle came back and pecked it again. And this went on forever. A bit like the experience of Brexit in the UK. If some of our parliamentarians had their way. In fact, it was a standard poetic practice to curse the protos hurates, the person responsible for any scientific or technical breakthrough. If only they had never invented the ship, then Jason would never have sailed to Colchis, and all sorts of disasters would never have happened. It is a deep human instinct to be wary of any kind of technical progress. In 1829, they thought that the human frame would not withstand the speeds attained by Stephenson's rocket. And there are today people who are still actually anti-science. A whole movement called the anti-vaxxers, who refuse to acknowledge the evidence that vaccinations have eradicated smallpox, and who by their prejudices are actually endangering the very children they want to protect. And I totally reject this anti-scientific pessimism. I'm profoundly optimistic about the ability of new technology to serve as a liberator and to remake the world wondrously and benignly. Indeed, in countless respects, technology is already doing just that. Nanotechnology, I mentioned earlier, revolutionizing medicine by designing robots a fraction of the size of a red blood cell, capable of swimming through our bodies, dispensing medicine and attacking malignant cells like some Star Wars armada. Neural interface technology is producing a new generation of cochlear implants, allowing the gift of hearing to people who would otherwise not be able to hear the voices of their own children. A London technology company has worked out how to help the blind to navigate more freely with nothing more than an app on their smartphones. New technologies produced in Britain, helping the deaf to hear and the blind to see. And we used to think that printing was something that you did to run off a boarding card. Now a British company has used 3D printing to make an engine capable of blasting a rocket in space. In African countries, millions of people without bank accounts can now transfer money using a simple app. They can buy solar energy and leap in one transaction from no electricity to green power. And new advances are making renewable energy ever cheaper, aiding our common struggle against climate change. Our understanding of the natural world is being transformed by genome sequencing, the discovery of the very essence of life itself, the secret genetic code that animates the spirit of every living being and allows medical breakthroughs the like of which we have never known, treatments tailored to the precise genetic makeup of the individual. So far, we have discovered the secrets of less than 0.3% of complex life on the planet. Think what will we achieve, what we will achieve when? And it is a matter of when. We understand 1 or 2%, let alone 5 or 10%. But how we design the emerging technologies behind these breakthroughs and what values inform their design will shape the future of humanity. And that is my point to you tonight, my friends, excellencies. At stake is whether we bequeath an Orwellian world designed for censorship and repression and control, or a world of emancipation, debate, and learning, where technology threatens famine and disease, but not our freedoms. 7 decades ago, this General Assembly adopted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights with no dissenting voices, uniting humanity for the first and perhaps the only time behind one set of principles. And our declaration, our joint declaration, upholds freedom of opinion and expression, the privacy of home and correspondence, and the right to seek and impart information and ideas. Unless we ensure that new technology reflects this spirit, I fear that our declaration will mean nothing and no longer hold. So the mission of the United Kingdom and all who share our values must be to ensure that emerging technologies are designed from the outset for freedom, openness, and pluralism, with the right safeguards in place to protect our peoples. Month by month, vital decisions are being taken in academic committees, company boardrooms, and industry standards groups. They are writing the rule books of the future, making ethical judgments, choosing what will or will not be rendered possible. Together, we need to ensure that new advances reflect our values by design. There is excellent work being done in the EU, the Commonwealth, and of course, the UN, which has a vital role in ensuring that no country is excluded from the wonderful benefits of this technology and the industrial revolution it is bringing about. But we must be still more ambitious. We need to find the right balance between freedom and control, between innovation and regulation, between private enterprise and government oversight. We must insist that the ethical judgments inherent in the design of new technology are transparent to all, and we must make our voices heard more loudly in the standards bodies that write the rules. Above all, we need to agree a common set of global principles to shape the norms and standards that will guide the development of emerging technologies. So, and here's the good news, I invite you next year to a summit in London, wonderful city, where, by the way, it is not raining 94% of the time. And where at one stage when I was mayor of London, or shortly before, we discovered that we had more Michelin-starred restaurants even than Paris. The French somehow rapidly recovered by a process that I wasn't quite sure was entirely fair. But we still have, by far, in the UK, by far the biggest tech sector, by far the biggest tech sector, fintech, biotech, edtech, medtech, nanotech, green tech, every kind of tech. in London, the biggest tech sector anywhere in Europe. Perhaps 500,000 people working in tech alone. And I hope that you will come there and we will seek to assemble the broadest possible coalition to take forward this vital task, building on all that the UK contribute to this mission as a global leader in ethical and responsible technology. If we master this challenge, and I have no doubt that we can, and then we will not only safeguard our ideals, we will surmount the limits that once constrained humanity and conquer the perils that once ended so many lives. Together, we will vanquish killer diseases, eliminate famine, protect the environment, and transform our cities. Success will depend, now as ever, on freedom, openness, and pluralism. The formula that not only emancipates the human spirit, but releases the boundless ingenuity and inventiveness of mankind, and which, above all, the United Kingdom will strive to preserve and advance. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your kind attention.
Now, before we go into the discussion on that, there's quite a few things you need to distinguish with that. You have to know how to distinguish certain words, like freedom. Freedom means to doom your ability to be free. When we talk about diseases, he's really talking. They view melanated people as a disease. So you have to know how to distinguish and discern a lot of the double speak that's in the messages. However, China and Japan is not the leaders of technology like they'll have you think. They do have a lot of technology over there, but like he said, it's Britain that over there in London that is the global leaders of that. Now, they may who's to really say, but they're pushing for that. So we don't know. We have various groups that's against us. So and why? And this is another reason why I say that we still have to be. I'm going to go back to the earlier bit of the conversations when I say we have to be careful with Trump, even though he is striving for us a chance. However, we have to make sure us in particular, that our people have to make sure that we constantly keep Trump in check and keep a watchful eye. But we have to be more public with our stance and who we are in our reclamation of who we are. We have to at this point. If we don't, and all these private discussions is not going to mean shit if motherfuckers don't step up front. And also, if anything goes wrong with Trump, whether he's get taken out or he does the wrong thing or whatever happens, we have to be ready to be immediately step up, because our people is not thoroughly prepared for what is really going on in the world. A lot of us, it's like for the UN, for example, they have over 13,000 videos on their YouTube channel. Oh, and YouTube is may not be here in the near future. We don't know, but it's looking like it's uncertain. And they have a lot of videos on the United Nations YouTube channel that's over 10 hours long. Now, I know most niggas don't ever read, let alone watch anything educational that's over an hour or 2 hours long. We barely watch a movie that's 3 hours long. So what do you think when niggas is doing when it comes to the United Nations YouTube channel, when they have videos of discussions that's over 10 hours plus long in one sitting, and they have over 12,000 videos? So we have a lot of learning and catching up to do, and we don't really have that much time on our hands. And I do have another audio clip I want to get into after we discuss this one.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, I was just thinking that listening to what he was saying about the technology and how it's controlling and it will control our thoughts and our every movement. This is not new material. This is, we already know what's up. I mean, even Sophia Stewart talked about this in the creator of the Matrix. Right. She talked about this. And I believe that if we're gonna rise above this, we got to do it spiritually.
Mm-hmm.
We got to watch you put in our bellies.
Mm-hmm.
We gotta refrain from overly being secularized,
Mm-hmm.
and we have to do whatever we can to prevent things from being entered into our bodies. So listening to this, because for me, I've been talking about noise pollution for a long time. Noise pollution, it does affect chemicals in your body and things that's going into your ears, into your eyes. Remember, your eyes is that's the one thing that's connected to your brain. It's the only part of your body that's on the exterior that's connected to the brain. So we have to be careful about all this stuff. Even looking at the computer right now, there was a this is many years ago, at least 20 years ago. There was an application on the internet. This is like the first, like when the internet first really started to pop off. It would say touch the keyboard. You would touch the keyboard, and then they'll tell you think of a color or think of a number, and you would touch the keyboard, and before you could put your finger on that keyboard, it would tell you the number that you thought of. So what I'm saying is that this technology is it's not even on this world. It's not even a part of this world or this planet. It's so advanced that they can read your every thought, and this has been going on from way before. And so, in my opinion, we need to disengage. We need to separate. We need to just end it. Even the internet, we need to just get away from it. Create our own technology, because what they got going on is something that I don't think most of us can comprehend. It's so advanced, and we helped them create it. But in terms of what he was saying, though, I already from the very beginning, I already knew what he was talking about. I already knew this is about us, the American Indians. So, you know,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. It's deep, man. It really is. It's not a joke, man.
but just so you know that, you know, my issue with all of this technology is the way it controls our mind and our thoughts and our act. Even you and me being on the internet right now, their technology is so advanced that they can have us turn the computer off and go out and kill somebody tomorrow or tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're really controlling us. Even for myself, there are times that I wanted to log off the computer, but I couldn't. I just wouldn't. It's just I just kept staring and looking at a video or something. I'm playing a video game,
Mm-hmm.
and I think we need to realize that we're being controlled, especially melanin rich people. I mean, they're being controlled too, but I'm saying for us, like we are the targets. You know, I believe they want to just get rid of us altogether, including people in Africa. I think they want to get rid of all melanin rich people on the planet. See, before they needed us, but now they're trying to replace us with robots. And so I feel like they're really prepared to, and they'll keep some of us. So we'll keep some of us because they need that melanin. But I really believe that they're moving forward with this stuff. And for me personally, I never heard the video, but I already knew what was going on already a long time ago. I mean, even 20 years ago, they had technology out where they'll read your mind.
Mm-hmm.
So it's crazy because I don't think we even understand how much we're influenced by the internet and by computers and by noise pollution. Cars, like now cars, it's got so much Wi-Fi in there, 5G in cars now,
Mm-hmm.
and it's crazy.
It's everywhere.
There was a research done not too long ago where they showed how the cars, when you have, it doesn't matter if you're using Wi-Fi or not, or if you're using GPS or not. It doesn't matter, or if you're using the because the internet is just everywhere, and electromagnetic waves are everywhere, even in a car, even in your apartment. You can't escape it. So and it does affect your brain cells.
I'm gonna, I'm getting a clip together right now. I'm getting the clip together, man.
And they've been trying to get rid of people like with the United. We're supposed to be protected under the United Nations, but it's up to us to enforce that protection. The American Aborigines, Indigenous Autochtons of America, we're supposed to be protected, but because we're not claiming our nationality, we're not being protected. Which is why I get so frustrated when our people call each other any name other than an American Indian.
Man, I got a long clip, man. Uh, I got a long clip. I don't know how much time we got, man.
Well, it's we've been on. We have 30 minutes before the live will be over, but we can start all over again. I mean, or you could, you know.
I'm up all night, man. I'm just trying, depending on what you want to do. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
some.
we could end this live and start all over, and then we
Nah,
can.
no, I ain't talking about ending nothing. I'm talking about let's all right. Let me play this clip, man. I gotta yeah, y'all gotta man. People gotta do their homework and studying. It's a lot of information coming out right now. Is anybody saying anything in the chat room before I begin this next clip?
Now, there was one person that Charnette Bell earlier. She made a comment saying, "I would love to be around like-minded folks. As for now, just mundane minds are and convo, excuse me, that tend to make me extremely frustrated." So she's just saying that she gets frustrated because she's surrounded by, people who aren't, on the same um, level of consciousness as her, so they're focusing on mundane things and things that are just not even relevant. But I think you discussed that earlier, how you have to separate, you have to just
Yeah,
disconnect.
you have to search from within. You have to build yourself up from within. Find the love within yourself. You have to get back in touch with the forms of communication with self as well as with creator. And focus on don't really focus on too many relationships at this time. Make sure that if anything, the most important relationship that you focus on and deal with is with creator and God and your highest self. Too many of us are trying to deal with the lowest aspect forms of ourselves, and we're being promoted, and some feel rewarded for doing that. But that is a lie, and that is a trick. And the more you research, these people will come out. They have already come out and say they will dispose of you if you go against your higher judgments of yourself and follow in the alignment of what they're doing, because they may financially reward you, but that shit comes at a price, and that price is your death. And you could take it lightly, but I have done my homework and research, and I don't. For me, there's nothing else really I really need to find out as far as this as far as the root of this, because there's multiple forms of distractions going on, but I see all through the distraction, and I see the exact root of the cause of it, and it is these people. And so you have to, once you start to study more on self, which is why that word self was all throughout Kemet, which is know thyself. It's a lot of power and a lot of power in that word, because there's that phrase that phrase has layer upon layers on it. But you have to study to find that out. And then once you start resonating on a higher frequency, somehow, some kind of way, you get connected with other people And but you don't stress yourself out trying to find those people within your family. I wouldn't suggest you try to go out trying to convince nobody of anything. If you're here tonight or you watching this video and you stuck through, it's because either one, you're a government agent and you're trying to figure out what the fuck is going on, or two, your spirit has guided you here so that you could pick up on the useful information to continue to move you forward. We have been thoroughly infiltrated. To be honest with you, all of these so-called government people like FBI, CIA, whatever kind of department, personally, I feel like we need to thoroughly in all of those departments at this time. They have been thoroughly infiltrated. They have never been in our favor. Matter of fact, this the role and purpose of the CIA is to undermine governments and people, and so that's what all they have done. And as much as white people are being used as a pawn, there, that we have so many different threats amongst us as melanated folks here in America. And I can't really concern myself with what's going on in other parts of the world, or even maybe taking place in the cosmos. I have to focus on me, my people, my family, and my people. You know what I'm saying? So, and if you don't fit in those categories, well, you just don't fit. You know what I'm saying? It's like all the other playful time on some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Once you get educated, you'll find the right things you need to do in life, because if they want to play this silly, stupid ass fucking game, okay, well, let's, because it's to my, I feel like that our people just really just don't know what the fuck is really going on. On top of a lot of people that do know, who are just afraid of losing their life or whatever, and I understand that. And I don't want to see nobody have to lose their life behind nothing. But to make things fair, let's just make everybody educated, and let's go from there and see how this shit plays out.
Okay.
And that's how I feel. So that's my message to her. What I'm saying? It's just like that. It's a lonely thing, but you have to it's not too lonely. You have me, myself, and I. You yourself and your just like you have to think of those kind of terms. You know what I'm saying? And you're not really alone, although it feels like it. And so let me go ahead and play this clip and turn this mic around. Can you still hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, loud and clear.
All right. Turn this mic around because I have my headphones plugged in, so I had to unplug my headphones. So yeah, let me play this clip right here, and then I'm gonna pause it after I play it, just so I can just ask you how it sounds. So let me play it a little.
Okay. Yeah.
Moscow. The aim of the meeting was to start the Marx culture.
How'd that sound?
Sounds pretty good. Sounds good.
Okay, all right. Let me just play this played out.
Revolution. Among those present at the meeting was George Lukács, a Jewish Hungarian aristocrat and a son of a banker. In the summer of 1924, Lukács moved to Germany. Here he had.
Let me preface that. It's mighty funny how his name was George Lucas, and in the Star Wars series, it's George Lucas. It's the same name. Same name. They fucking the same people. Jewish.
Held the first meeting of a group of communist-oriented intellectuals. This gathering was to lead the foundation of the Frankfurt School. The institute had been officially established and funded by the Jewish millionaire Felix Weyl. This institute was called the Institute for Social Research. Later it would be known as the Frankfurt School. These new Marxists, under the direction of Max Horkheimer, believed that Europeans were too attached to tradition, race, nation, family, and faith to be able to accept communism. Antonio Gramsci, while in prison, described that Marxism and communism could only flourish after a long march through the cultural institutions. Only then, after they had corrupted all Western values and made life impossible for us, could they impose the dictatorship of the proletariat. This was also what the Fabian socialists did to weaken the countries and slowly implementing international communism. The mantra would now be change and destroy Western culture before communism would be accepted. George Lukács believed that for a new communist culture to emerge, the existing European culture had to be destroyed. There is no other way to get control of a society with strong moral values than to weaken those values. He said, I saw the revolutionary destruction of society as the one and only solution to the cultural contradictions of the epoch. Such a worldwide overturning of values cannot take place without the annihilation of the old values and the creation of new ones by the revolutionaries. Willy Munzenberg said, we must organize the intellectuals and use them to make Western civilization stink. Only then, after they had corrupted all its values and made life impossible, can we impose the dictatorship of the proletariat. In his 1915 book, The Spirit of Militarism, Nahum Goldman, top-level international Zionist and the president of the World Jewish Congress, describes the Zionist method for destruction of Western civilization, which is required for transition into a new world order. The historical mission of our world revolution is to rearrange a new culture of humanity to replace the previous social systems. This conversion and reorganization of global society requires two essential steps. Firstly, the destruction of the old established order. Secondly, design and imposition of the new order. The first stage requires elimination of all frontier borders, nationhood and culture, public policy, ethical barriers, and social definitions. Only then can the destroyed old system elements be replaced by the imposed system elements of our new order. The first task of our world revolution is destruction. All social strata and social formations created by the traditional society must be annihilated. Individual men and women must be uprooted from their ancestral environment, torn out of their native environments. No tradition of any type shall be permitted to remain as sacred. Traditional social norms must only be viewed as a disease to be eradicated. The ruling dictum of the new order is, nothing is good, so everything must be criticized and abolished. Everything that was must be gone. After destruction of the old order, construction of the new order is a larger and more difficult task. We will have torn out the old limbs from their ancient roots in deep layers. Social norms will be lying disorganized and anarchic, so they must be blocked against new cultural forms and social categories naturally re-emerging. The general masses will have been first persuaded to join as equals in the first task of destroying their own traditional society and economic culture. But then, the new order must be forcibly established through people again, being divided and differentiated only in accordance with the new pyramidical hierarchical system of our imposed global monolithic new world order. Max Horkheimer, Jewish intellectual of the Frankfurt School, explained, "The revolution won't happen with guns. Rather, it will happen incrementally, year by year, generation by generation. We will gradually infiltrate their educational institutions and their political offices, transforming them slowly into Marxist entities as we move towards universal egalitarianism." Out of this came cultural Marxism, this subversive ideology which meant that gender, sexual orientation, family, race, culture, or religion, every single aspect of a white person's identity was to be questioned, every norm or standard in a society challenged and ideally altered and demolished in order to benefit supposedly oppressed groups instead of Europeans. This would supposedly create a society in which the Jews would not be seen as an outside distinctive class, where they could feel safer to climb to the highest positions in society without encountering much opposition from Europeans. The entire purpose of cultural Marxism was to delegitimize and banish European ethnic interests and replace them with minorities.
When I started writing about Jewish intellectual movements, I realized I couldn't just go around counting Jews. And what I had to show was that you had a cohesive core of Jews that were mutually reinforcing each other that they were the backbone of this movement. And I had to show that these people identified as Jews. And I had to show that they viewed what they were doing as furthering specific Jewish goals. For example, one of the most common things was that they were concerned about anti-Semitism. Quite a bit of my writing in my book, The Culture of Critique, was to show that the Jews who were the center of these Jewish intellectual movements were very concerned about issues like anti-Semitism. That they were trying to develop theories in which anti-Semitism was a pathology, in which anti-Semitism had no intellectual basis, in which it was just morally beyond the pale. The important thing was to show that Jewish identification was important in furthering of a specific Jewish goal. Now, that's not to say that this was a goal that all Jews have. We're not saying that all Jews are anything, as a matter of fact. For example, psychoanalysis has specific goals. They were concerned about anti-Semitism. But that doesn't mean that most Jews even believe in psychoanalysis or anything else. We're talking about a cohesive group of people. It's very easy to show that the Frankfurt School intellectuals, Max Horkheimer, Adorno, and these other prominent Frankfurt School people had strong Jewish identities. Franz Boas, the famous anthropologist, very strong Jewish identity, a very deep concern with specific Jewish issues like anti-Semitism, and that they saw their particular intellectual endeavors as advancing specific Jewish goals. There's nothing wrong with advancing your own goals. That's what we all do. The only thing is that those goals oftentimes conflict with those of other people. And so essentially, for example, at the Frankfurt School, he developed an ideology in which any group identification that a non-Jew had was considered a pathology. So that if someone like me identified as a white person and had, felt I had interest as a white person, well, that was viewed as a psychiatric disorder. There was never any mention about Jews that is strong, with a very strong sense of Jewish identity and Jewish interest, that there's anything wrong with them. It was an ideology that that really framed adaptive behaviors of non-Jews as pathological. Even family life, that non-Jews with strong family ties and so on, there's something wrong with them. Their families were authoritarian, and they did all the psychoanalytic stuff to try to prove that sort of thing. But it was just, made up science and no scientific basis at all.
After Marx, there were a group of Marxists who wisely decided that you could bring this collectivist society to a nation through culture as well, by introducing certain values and concepts that would break down the family. For example, if you could somehow break down the family unit so that it was no longer self-sustaining and no longer valued in a society, then that would leave individual members who formerly could turn to the family for support in times of need. They would now be cut loose. They would be without a place to go in times of need. So now they have to turn to the government. So cultural Marxism would be that type of activity in any society that breaks down the culture in such a way so that people instinctively turn to government as an alternative for the support that they otherwise would have. This is done through art, it's through music, it's through literature, it's through motion pictures and that kind of thing. The implanting of certain ideas and concepts which make them very ripe for the philosophy of collectivism and makes them very ripe for turning to government as the big daddy, the big solver of all problems. Collectivism implies that if something is important enough, then the state should step in and make sure that everybody conforms, whether they want to or not.
The whole point of a socialistic society is to do four things. Marx talks about destroying the family, 2, destroying property, 3, destroying religion, and 4, destroying the nation. And what you end up with is the gulag, where the whole country becomes the Soviet Union.
Almost every movie that Hollywood puts out today must depict characters with at least one of the following attributes. 1, the protagonist and/or the antagonist are divorced. 2, the female is portrayed as dominant, controlling, violent, and/or one-up on men. 3. The male is portrayed as aloof, feminine, overly sensitive, and/or cheating. 4. Somewhere in the family, at least one of its immediate members must be a lesbian, gay, bisexual, or a women's liver. Often, attributes are mixed in various proportions, and even mixed with a touch of schizophrenia, as males and females swap roles in fluorescence.
One of the big themes in movies in recent years has been that the whites have almost tended to disappear from positions of being heroes, of being sort of ideal.
Now I gotta pause this part because this part is super hyper critical. What this dude is about to go into, if your level of discernment is not ultra high, you have to really go back and listen to his particular section repeatedly, because he interchanges so much shit back and forth. And the only way you're going to know that is if you understand words and definition. He's going to flip everything around what he's talking about. He's going to talk about, I want to use the term black. He's going to turn everything that's attributed to white people to black people and back in the other way around. He's going to do this shit so much back and forth. It's going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. You have to be thorough in your understanding of knowledge. And what this dude is about to talk, you cannot trust no fucking body. Hold on.
Okay.
That in the place you have people like Morgan Freeman, who's cast as very responsible, moral, godlike figure, and so on. Or you have action figures like Will Smith and Wesley Snipes and so on. So you have an awful lot of sort of displacement of whites as media images in the last few decades. And whites are all often criminals. You often have blonde-haired, blue-eyed people playing criminal roles, playing people who are dishonest or weak or subservient, and the black characters being very strong, very wise. You'll often see, of course, black computer technicians, black scientists, black teachers and professors who are very wise and understand everything. Whites are portrayed as stupid, oftentimes as irresponsible, oftentimes as needing the advice of black people or other minorities. It's really the visual displacement of whites from center stage to the periphery. And I think this is preparing the white people for their displacement in the culture as a whole.
Freud was given the enormous buildup he received for his theorizing about anal personalities and penis envy and the like because he was a Jew, not because of any genuine merit in his theorizing. And his theories ultimately did an enormous amount of damage to the development of our understanding of psychology and mental disease.
My dad says white people suck. Is that true?
Yeah. Nailed him, right? Boom.
What can possibly compensate white Americans for the deliberate corruption of our young people by just one Jewish gangster like Sumner Redstone and his MTV? The race mixing, culture destroying filth turned out by Sumner Redstone's MTV is the single most destructive influence in American life today. And of course, Redstone doesn't produce this filth all by himself. He has thousands of Jews working for him at every level, not only in MTV, but also in CBS and in Paramount Pictures and in all of his other media properties. And although MTV targeting white teenagers as it does may seem the most blatantly and maliciously destructive, it is hardly much worse than some of the filth by Michael Eisner's Disney empire, especially by its Miramax Films division under the Weinstein brothers. The poison is being introduced gradually, more and more each year, and it is having its effect. When the Disney company was entirely a Gentile company, none of it was poison designed to corrupt Americans. Davy Crockett. And what can possibly compensate on our balance sheet for what the Jewish news media are doing in their deliberate distortion of the picture of the world seen by the American public? It is a picture designed to confuse white Americans, to undermine their self-confidence, to induce feelings of racial guilt in them. Just one example, the suppression of the news of black crimes against white people and the exaggeration of every white crime against non-whites is not a fluke. It is done routinely by all of the Jewish news media. And interracial crime is just one issue. The relations between the sexes, immigration, the foreign relations of the United States with the rest of the world, and 100 other important issues are similarly distorted in their portrayal by the media. This deliberate distortion has done irreparable damage to American society. And again, the distortion has been deliberate, planned, systematic, and intended to do harm to us.
Jan Rosenberg, Swedish.
Okay, that's what I wanted to play for now.
Okay.
Hold on. I turned down my microphone. Hold on.
Sure.
Okay, there you go. I had to pause it. There you go. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. That was a lot.
Yes.
That was a lot. A lot of projection going on in there. A lot of projection. Whew. Now, may I ask, what clip was that with the man speaking about the part we just heard just now?
Well, this is in the documentary called Europa.
Okay, the Europa. Okay, gotcha.
But it's a lot. It's a 10-part documentary. They would like each one is like an hour or two long. So it's but however, this is not where I'm forming my entire basis of my information. I thoroughly study, I research, I read, and I've been reading. And this is what we are really up against, man. They're in all of the media. They own all of these media companies, these news networks. They own all of that shit entirely. You know what I'm saying? So how can we trust anything from these fucking people? The narratives they try to push, the ideas, who they tell us who we should love, who we should hate. They have demonized everybody who have dared to go up against them, which is why Hitler was demonized.
Yes.
There was Winston Churchill who instigated the entire war for no reason with Hitler. And Hitler pleaded for like over 10, 15 years, or I don't know how many years it was. It was a lot of years that he pleaded not to go into war. He wanted to surrender. He was gonna get rid of, he was gonna what's they call when they put down their guns and stuff. He was gonna do all of that. They did not care. They wanted bloodshed. And he was, like I said, people gotta do their own homework and research, but I've done mine. He wanted peace. That's what he really wanted. And they just wanted to take him out, man. And that's what the fuck they did. And then as a result, if you say the word Hitler on Facebook, your shit is banned. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we got 3 minutes. I want you to wrap it up. Give us something that we can leave with. Can you wrap it up for me? And what do you want us to take from this whole live tonight?
I think people should just go back and re-question everything and really take out time and throw out everything they thought they knew and go out and learn, man, and look at things from a whole different perspective. Your life and your family life and your future depends on it, because at the pace Biden is moving at in correlation to all these people that he's that's behind him, you won't have no fucking life to look forward to in a minute. And I think people really need to study and research and do their homework. There's tons of information out there, but you're not going to get it from mainstream media or YouTube. And so you have to really dig and understand what kind of threats exist. And I played that clip because everything that I have always learned and always was told about the destruction of the so-called black family, word for word,
Word from word. It was there. Yeah.
word for word.
Mhm.
And so it's the source. And so I would like to thank everybody that kept trying to pump all this bullshit in my head about Trump and Hitler and this and that, and how Trump is a dictator and that he don't give a fuck about us and this and that. Well, thank you, because now I already knew my thoughts was in alignment with the truth because I've been studying. I just wasn't going so deep into it because I was focused on other things. But now that I completely drew the link and got the parallel, it's a wrap. This you know what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying, the jig is up. The jig is up. So people will know after this video why I support Trump. And people, they call themselves not with the New World Order and not with the Illuminati. Well, this is going to be the ultimate test to see really where their alliance stand. And a lot of these people are in bed with these Jewish people, and it's hard to distinguish who a lot of these people are because they have interbred with a lot of people. But saying their ideologies and their actions are still the same. And if you really research, you will find how dark and demonic these people really are. And I'm just spreading what the research and history shows. But as long as I could be viewed as a nigga in America and facing hell, I will keep speaking on this shit until this shit is solved thoroughly. Because
And all of Composure's information is going to be linked below.
yeah, Composure415 is my YouTube channel.
And I'll have his YouTube channel linked below. And as always, thank you so much for watching and listening. I wish you all a great weekend. And until next time, Harambe.
Harambe.
Thank you, Composure.
Yeah.